Yeah, I think we are ready. Right, so let's start with XP. Gustav, what are you buying?
5 toughness.
5 toughness, okay. So how much total toughness do you have right now?
45.
Oh, okay, nice. 45, so that's 4 toughness bonus, nice. Okay, in that case, then we have Johannes. What about you?
I will take, I forget what we're doing, but I'll take my final wound.
No,
About the fight.
yeah, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah.
For this session, definitely. Final wound, so how much wounds do you have right now?
Hold on a second, I'm just updating my stupid, okay, there we go. So I've updated that. Save it. Then I will go to my character sheet, which I haven't opened up yet because I almost forgot we were gaming today.
No worries. Good thing that Brian reminded us. Thanks by the way. I forgot to do that. And
Well, that was the thing, is like he reminded us a couple days ago, and I was like, yeah, and then for some reason this morning I woke up and I was like, no, I'm just gonna lie around today, do nothing. So apparently now I have a total of 14 wounds, but because I'm injured, I really only have 12.
So,
Okay.
But when you gain a wound from XP, you gain one to your current too.
yes. You.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying now.
Okay,
now
okay.
I had 11 wounds. Now I have
I got
12.
that there.
Okay, gotcha.
My max is 14.
Lambert.
I picked up the skill lip reading.
Okay, sure. That's yeah. This is
Hey,
the
and it only becomes preferred when I'm blind, man. I gotta get really in there.
this is the standard.
Are these lips in Braille? Do you support Braille?
This is the standard joke when it comes to lip reading skill in Warhammer. It's always the same. Like, oh, you mean those lips? Yeah. Of course.
Call me a
That's because it's weird dudes.
You cannot call me a pervert when we have somebody with a mustache like themselves.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That is a man who does not care what ass he's eating.
It's the current imperial fashion, man.
I feel like no matter what character Brian plays, they go a little bit typey in.
That's true.
I'm trying to give him like evolve into kind of a Zorro without the mask look. You know what I mean? He's got the little like purple mustache.
Scarlet Pumpernickel.
We have Zoro at home.
Yeah, jeez.
Okay, so finally, Andrew, what are you buying?
So yeah, I was gonna ask. So I have 53 weapon skill, 50 strength, and 52 toughness.
Mm-hmm.
What does everyone think I should increase? Weapon skill
What was the
or
opposite again?
Weapon skill.
weapon skill is 53, strength is 50, and toughness is 52.
Your strength and your toughness are great. I'd hit your weapon skill.
Yeah.
Weapon skill's gonna help
Okay.
you more in a fight right now.
Yeah, hitting.
All right, so I guess I'll do a
If you had 55 strength or toughness, I would say take one of those because then you would have a bonus of 6. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I have
But the weapon
58.
skill, you roll on a D100, so you're going to see the benefits of the +5 at least.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what sucks. Is if you're doing something that only goes on 10s, like that's how I got screwed. Because I get like 39.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is the worst part, where you only have like when you're missing this 1 point. Yeah. Okay, so weapon skill for Gaston, we have everything, I think. And so, who's making notes for today?
Me.
Okay, sure. So the document is
I'm,
already created. Yeah, sorry, Ben, go ahead.
unless there's some character changing dialogue though, like I'm assuming my notes are just gonna be a lot of math today, like a lot of like number keeping.
Just one thing. If there's going to be combat, the note taker always notes down initiative.
Yeah.
Just So we are clear on that, because I will probably forget who's first, who's second, stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. So that's from this. So this is my plea for you, Brian, to note down initiative.
Okay.
Right. So I think we are good to go. The World Council.
Not quite.
Yeah, sorry.
Right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go refill my cup.
Sure. So we'll wait for a
I
second.
don't know if we were supposed to do our prep stuff last time, but I want to get out of my Shalayan stuff. I'll wear something.
Yeah, that's. We are going to talk about this in a second. Like prep, and then a very short description about stuff, and then the stuff itself, without, of course, entering into spoilers territory. But I think you know what's going on, what's going to happen. Also, this yeah, murder, fire in the disco. Also, this scenario is slowly coming to an end, and then we will think about what's next. Yeah.
Johannes is creating Empire.
All right. Yeah. Sure. Like Empire. Yeah. I mean, I know that Johannes has some big aspirations when it comes to creating medicine. I believe. Yes.
Something like that.
Yeah.
At this point, just to get out of this career, I need to make a lot of money. So.
Yeah. So that's not going to be a problem, because remember, there will be a downtime now, and the downtime will be probably rather lengthy. It will be at least like 1 to maybe even 3 months of downtime, so you'll be able to learn new languages, for example, if you want, or learn new trade skill like, I don't know, apothecary or alchemy. Of course, it will be up to you. Naturally, Johannes will also be able to try and get into what's her name, into Hannah's pants. Yeah. He will practice Hannah Edberg. He will practice the lip reading, as we know, and Gaston will be.
The ladies love me, man.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, man, but thank you. And Gaston will probably become a serial killer during the night. I can totally envision him roaming the streets of Altdorf and just shanking people for fun and profit.
It'll be major pain.
Yeah. Exactly. He's your friend, so you can't rat him out. He saved your lives a couple of times, but he's also a crazed murderer. That's actually, without even joking, this is a pretty cool plot point. So anyway, the War Council is over. You know what has to be done. The party, the war party, will be on its way shortly towards the Golden Triangle Club. By the way, this song is called "Before the Storm." It is, I think, very aptly named. And now, so just to maybe speed things up a bit, because I know that last session there was me talking a lot. Each of you can essentially take whatever you want for this mission. The Witch Hunter is opening, the armory, and so if you want weapons, armor, whatever, you can take it. Of course, you will need to return it after everything is done, and within reason, naturally, you can take whatever you want. So, for example, you won't be able to take a full plate armor, but a mail shirt perhaps, and leather, sure. Each of you will also be given 3 healing potions, just because, so you can add 3 healing potions to your character sheets. Sorry, I think they're called healing draughts. It's the ones that you drink and you immediately restore, I think, 4 HP, or if you're heavily wounded, a single HP. So starting
I
with
have 6 now. Nice.
Yeah. And by the way, you don't have to return those. You can keep. Gustav, so tell me, what do you want to take, if you want to take anything? Because
So to be clear,
Yes.
I never returned my armor last time.
Okay, sure.
I still have leather armor. So
Mm.
I assume I have my Tilean investments on top of that.
Yeah.
I want to take those off because that's sacrilege.
Okay. Sure. You take those off and you place them in your backpack. No problem.
Yeah, but I'm still bringing my gear, my doctor's equipment and everything.
Okay.
I just don't want to disrespect the goddess.
But do you want a shield? Maybe you want some heavier armor? Maybe a sword? Maybe an axe? I mean, sword and axe are hand weapons, so they have same stats, but you know what I mean.
I have a crossbow pistol.
True. Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to bring my a club and my dagger, I guess.
Okay.
Or would the knuckle duster make more sense? I think the knuckle duster and a club.
Sure. Just be aware that with knuckle dusters, you may not be able to automatically parry certain attacks if you have it in your offhand.
Right.
So, for example, if the enemy will have a sword,
Dagger, I still can?
yes, with a dagger you can, but with knuckle dusters.
Okay.
But remember, you can take a shield. You can loan a shield if you want. Shield gives you also plus 10% to your parry, and if I recall correctly, it also gives a penalty for shooters aiming at you.
The light of Shalaya and the deception of Ranald are my shield.
Alright, so in that case, sure. So in that case, you just take out your dagger, take out your club. Yeah, okay, and you place your shell investments in your backpack. No problem.
I guess club, crossbow pistol first, and then I'll get
sure.
the dagger out as I need it.
Okay. Johannes, what about you? Do you want to take anything extra?
Yeah, I was thinking if they have just like a plate helmet, I guess is what it would be.
Yeah,
a solid
sure.
steel helmet.
Sure.
I'll take that, and then I'll take some leather leggings.
Leather leggings. Okay, so let me quickly open the armor here. Here it is. This
I
here
already
is.
have mail covering my upper body, right? How much armor does the plate helmet give?
Well, full plate gives you 5 points on everything, on the whole body.
Okay.
However, if you don't have full plate, that's a slightly more tricky business, because let me quickly.
Just the way that the character sheet works. If I put just plate on, it gives me a 2 armor rating on my head, and then if I add different things, it gives me.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Essentially, if I add leather, it gives me 3. If I add mail, it gives me
Well,
4.
I mean, when you get a plate helmet, you also get mail coif and leather skull cap, because you never like put plate helmet just without anything on your head. So you get a total of 3 points on your head.
Okay.
If you have mail on your torso, it also gives you 3 points, and if you take leather leggings, then it's only a single point, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just trying not to be mean, that's all.
Sure. Do you want to take any
When I see
weapons?
you with all the armor, I'm gonna say to keep sight of who you are.
Yeah, and who I is somebody who wears armor. So I already have, I think weapon-wise, I'm just going to rely on my trusty club and dagger combo. I'm gonna take one more crossbow bolt to get me back up to the full quiver of 10.
Sure.
And I think I'm good to go.
Alright, so that's everything. Guys, remember, when you are arming up with the rest of the group in the in one of the side rooms of this place in the Cathedral of Sigmar, so there are like weapon racks, armor racks, stuff like that. For example, when Gustav, when you didn't took anything, one of the witch hunter's henchmen, the big guy with red beard and blunderbuss on his back. He looks at you and he says, "You might want to armor up a bit, lad." And,
Just them?
no, there are also the Race Guard, but they are of course standing to the side and sneering.
Is it just Gustav and Lambert that can take shit?
No, everyone can. Gustav, Johannes, Lambert, Gaston, even you, Gaston. Like I said, the witch hunter told you that for this mission you are allowed to take anything you want from the Temple of Sigmar. However, you will need to return those things after the fight is done, except for the healing draughts. Those you can keep.
Okay.
Yeah. So good.
Yeah, let me grab a short bow and some arrows, but.
All right, sure. Of course, you've been given a short bow and a quiver with 15 arrows. So Gustav, someone is commenting on your lack of armor, but I don't know if you are saying anything. No.
I'm a lover, not a
I'm
fighter.
a healer, sir. I thought I would be in more of a support role.
Well, in order to do some healing, you need to stay alive. But of course, it's up to you. And you're not sure if he meant to say it like it's almost quiet, but for you to hear it anyway, or maybe he really wanted to say it quietly, but he said something in line of those Tileans are crazy.
I'm gonna look over, I guess, the chainmail at least.
Sure.
Which of these do you suggest will fit?
Well, I mean, they've gestured for you to try the one suit of chainmail that will fit you, although mostly in those times they were rather universal, like they weren't super tight. The chainmail was mostly loose on your body. So it probably takes like a minute or two, but you eventually find a piece of leather armor and chainmail that will go on top of it. Do you take it? Remember, chainmail always gives you, even a single piece, -10 to your agility, and even a single piece of plate armor, Sean, that's mostly for you, gives you -1 penalty to your movement. I know that's rather strange, and this really showcases the slightly archaic style of this game, but I mean, it is what it is, right? So, Gustav, do you want to take the chainmail?
I'll get chainmailed up, but I'm not gonna add it to my character sheet because I didn't.
Okay. So in that case, you can.
2 points of armor.
No, chainmail gives you 3. No, sorry. Yes, full chainmail, because remember, in Warhammer you have the partial armor system and full armor system. So.
It's leather's 1, chainmail's 2.
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, but like they're not stacking per se. So for example, even if you have leather I don't know, coat or leather, what's the word, coif, right? And you put on it chainmail, you don't have 3 points of armor because leather gives you 1, chainmail gives you 2. You only get 2 because 2 is higher.
Right.
But if you have full chainmail, which I presume that you put on, then yes, you have 3 points of armor. Same with plate. If you have full plate armor, you get 5. If you have individual armor plating, you only get 3 on your body. So you have the only exception is of course Gromril armor. Full Gromril gives you 6, and Ithilmar armor, full Ithilmar gives you 4. But those are not available, just so we are clear.
I'm gonna say a short prayer for the witch hunter that was just helping me out.
Sure.
To Shalaya, so he can hear it too. So.
It's one of the henchmen. Like I said, they mostly look like thugs, but very well equipped, and given the way they move, rather well trained thugs. Gaston, what about you? Are you taking anything?
Well, I imagine I'm taking all of my, armor and shield and sword.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that a Bretonnian knight would be taking any of the other equipment. So.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, you're probably the best armored and armed, person in this whole room, except for the race guard. Speaking of, Preceptor Kunibald Ferenbach approaches you. He stands in front of you, looks you up and down. Bretonian cousin, he says. I was wondering if you need perhaps some help during this expedition. You are our guest here. We would hate for anything to happen to you. Maybe I can relegate 2 of my men to assist you. You know that this is a challenge, by the way. He says that I probably can't replicate this, but he says that in a very sneery way.
You can send the help to the Halfling.
He looks at Lambert, and both you, Gaston, and probably you, Lambert. You can practically see the scowl of superiority. Maybe not disgust per se, but he's just, well, don't say then that I didn't offer you my help. I can't wait to see your deeds on the field of battle. And with that, he turned on his heel and returned to the race guard.
He didn't offer me his help.
No, he didn't. Yeah. That said, as I mentioned before, the Rake's Guard, they practically don't look at any of you except Gaston, because he is their equal. He is a nobleman. No worries. And so, you are all ready to leave. And leave, indeed you do. But the short introduction before the actual the actual battle, perhaps. I mean, you know that this is going to happen, so that's not a spoiler in any way. I will do in a slightly different way. However, we also need to wait for Sean, who Johannes had a quick bathroom break, like he had to run to the shitter.
Is it Johannes that has the galloping trots or whatever?
Yeah, let me quickly check.
Fantastic.
Johannes farts, by the way, all the time, and the place stinks quite a lot. Perhaps this is the reason why the Race Guard are so far away from you. The Slayer actually doesn't seem to mind. He even cackles every time he hears the gas being discharged. Sorry, Gustav, what was that?
That he farts back.
Yeah. And he even approaches Gustav, Johannes, Lambert, and of course you, Gaston. He looks at you, Gaston, and says, "Oh well, fancy seeing a Bretonian here. Last time I met those lads and their pretty lady friend, they were in quite a pickle. What is your name, sir?" he says.
Sir Gaston Leroux.
Sir Gaston Leroux. Very nice to meet you, Sir Gaston. I can see that you do indeed look like a trained killer. I am Usarlun Thundercoat, and he extends a very big, meaty hand to shake yours.
It's shake that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like essentially shaking a piece of rock. Even though you have your mail, gauntlets on you and plate gauntlets as well, you can just feel the raw strength coming from this Slayer, from this dwarf actually. Because unless you have a common knowledge dwarves, I don't even think that Gaston probably know what a Slayer is. Anyway, he once again.
Definitely know the dwarves though. They did with them. I was reading in the lore. So I mean, I don't know if he knows all the lore about them, but I mean, I think they traded with them and did things with some of the dwarves from where I was reading.
There's some dwarf mountain holds and near Bretonia there.
Yeah. I mean, of course, you have mountain holds nearby. Tell you what, you can roll common knowledge. Actually, just roll intelligence. Yeah.
Alright.
And we shall see.
Garak is one.
Nice. Yeah. Caracas Garas is close. Yes, that's what Brian said. You've heard about this strange coat that the dwarves have. Some of them apparently they eschew any type of armor, paint their hair bright orange like this one, and they become suicidally violent, like they seek death at all costs in battle, making them some of the most dangerous opponents in the entire world, probably. Because, you know, it's very hard to defeat someone who doesn't care if they die or not. Yusarlun, by the way, stinks horribly, and he stinks even worse than Johannes farts. He stinks of pig grease that he probably uses to keep his hair uptight. He's dirty, just dirty, very perspired. And there's also, some. Oh, and by the way, it's clear that he probably already drank today quite a lot of alcohol. Johannes, by the way, remember you have the wins, and Lambert, you are scratching yourself. Now, yeah. Now, when it comes to scratching, in the book it says that during combat you need to test every turn. I've changed it a bit. You only need to test once per battle. So if you pass the test, you can contain your scratching for the entire fight. If not, you have to test until you do, because it's slightly too nasty otherwise. So anyway, you are moving out, but for now, I will describe what is actually happening from someone else's perspective. I will describe it from the perspective of one Ottmar Ensenoyer. By the way, here's the name, you can add it. Ottmar Ensenoyer is a guard. He's one of the guards in the Golden Triangle. He spends most of the days patrolling the premises of the club, and sometimes he sits in the guard's booth right next to the gate. The same gate which saw bloody combat just like a day before between Gaston, Lambert, and other guards. Ottmar Ensenoyer isn't a particularly bright person, but he likes to think of himself as a good, honest man. He has a family to feed, to support. He doesn't honestly care what's happening inside the club. There are, of course, talks between him and the other guards, the normal guards, not the mirror masks, as the elite of the club are called. They are aloof bastards, only concerned with their, with their own strange rituals and dealings. Ottmar just works his normal shift, then he returns home to his wife and kids. After what happened last night, however, I think it was last night, the entire place has been put into a state of high alert. The posts have been reinforced by additional guards. Sir Everard Harstein himself briefed everyone in the club, including the cooks, the servants, stuff like that. But Ottmar Ensenoyer, he doesn't understand what the fuss is all about. After all, this is a very good neighborhood. It's being patrolled regularly by Altdorf state troops and city guard, and no one would be stupid enough to return next day, after causing some major chaos and killing quite a few people, in fact, to rake even more. To cause even more mischief. However, this is the one thing is strange. For the last 5 minutes, Ottmar Ensenoyer feels that the ground is shaking slightly at first, but with every passing second, the shaking gets worse. The cup of thin beer that he has standing on the table right next to haphazardly repaired and reinforced door leading outside is dancing and spilling some of the fluid onto the wood. And he also hears the sound almost like giant pistons moving closer and closer. He doesn't understand what is happening. He maybe thinks that he should go inside and alert Master Everstein about potential problems, but what problems could there be? It's the middle of the day in Altdorf. The sun is shining. Rich people are venturing back and forth in this neighborhood. There are no signs of trouble. And then he hears the screams. Screams of alert and of fear. And so Otmar Enzenoyer cannot help himself but to look outside towards the direction of the southern part of this neighborhood. So he opens the door after grabbing the sword and handgun that he kept stashed alongside the wall, and he goes out on the street. And he sees the beast. The beast is called All Reliable. It was once commanded by, of course he doesn't know that, but it was once commanded by Kurt von Meinkop, recipient of the Medal of Outstanding Martial Service, who was the most experienced steam tank commander in the Empire. Now, All Reliable is an outer Kamerad class steam tank, which means that instead of a cannon mounted at the front of its hull, it has a steam-powered volley gun. Otmar Enzenoyer stands there, slack-jawed, as he sees All Reliable, slowly but reliably making its way towards the gate. He also sees two lines of men and women pressed closely behind the tank, stalking almost, half bent behind the huge steam boiler that is puffing great gouts of steam into the air. He sees polished armor of the Emperor's own Praetorians. He sees huge red crest of a crazed-looking dwarf armed with two nexes. He sees a foreign-looking knight with the fleur-de-lis motifs on his weapons, shield, and armor, and also a bunch of, thuggish-looking men and women dressed at the first glance rather poorly, but only at the first glance. They are armed to the teeth with various weapons, some of them very exotic. Otmar wants to scream, but sadly he doesn't have the time. All Reliable, commanded this time not by Kurt von Meinkopf because he is indisposed, but by Master Engineer Willibald Sussman, rotates the first 3 barrels of the volley gun and fires. There's not much left of Otmar Enzenoyer after the second salvo hits the guardhouse and the gate, and then the third. Pieces of shrapnel, of steel, iron, of wood and stone are flying everywhere, mercifully siphoning only the air itself and nearby walls, because you, Gustav, Johannes, Lambert, Gaston, and the rest of the war party are huddled behind the steam tank. There's no gate, not anymore. There's no gatehouse. There's just smoke and ruin and flame. All of your ears are ringing from the discharge of this horrible weapon. The turret hatch pops open, and Master Engineer Willibald Sussman sticks out his head. He has this rather strange contraption on his noggin. It's like a helmet with this single monocular in front of it. The monocular consists of a few lenses that he can switch between. He looks back at you. He mainly looks at the witch hunter leading this sortie, Ginter Klinger, and says, Master Klinger, we need to reload the volley gun. The way is clear. You can move in. And with that, Klinger takes out his silver-laced rapier, puts it high into the air, and with this mighty roar, "Sons and daughters of Sigmar, and you, our esteemed allies, slay the heretics, purge the unclean, charge!" And with this roar, his men, the Reichsguard, Usarlund, they just run towards the gate. And I presume that you run as well. Yeah. So now, let me quickly just... yeah. You run towards the gate. The party has been split into 3 sub-teams, you could say that. There's the Witch Hunter and his henchmen and henchwomen, the Reichsguard Knights, and you three, together with Usarlun. You know what you have to do. You need to secure the right flank, while the Knights, of course, the most heavily armored infantry, will take the center, while Witch Hunter and his companions will scour the gardens on the left side. You rush towards the premises of the Golden Triangle. Of course, only after a few seconds you realize that there are screams everywhere, wails of terror, cries of "We are under attack! The Altdorf is under attack! The Northern hordes have arrived! The Northern hordes have arrived! Call the watch! Call the watch! No, there's no one to call! They are all dead! Look, the Reichsguard! Well, where Reichsguard? Where? And just pure pandemonium, pure chaos, of course. However, you can also see one thing, that no matter what you might think about Everard Harstein and his cronies, he probably chose his men rather well when it comes to to guard duty, because you can already see that lots of figures are just pouring out of the main building of the Golden Triangle Club. Most of them are guards, normal guards, of course, dressed in the livery of the Golden Triangle, armed with swords and cudgels and axes and maces, and some of them have shields, some of them have daggers. However, there are also those sinister-looking figures in silver, mirror-like masks, and they have those long-bladed, cruel-looking knives that you've been told are made partially from Ithilmar, and they are countercharging you. They are running towards all of you. Reichsguard Knights, name of the Emperor on their lips. They just roar for conference, and they slam into the biggest group, their dwarven forged full plate armor offering excellent protection, while on the left side you can hear discharges of gunpowder weapons and the mighty roar of the blunderbuss as the Witch Hunter and his henchmen thin the ranks of their enemies. Meanwhile, on the right flank, between you and your enemies, there are still a few pieces of shrubbery, of very well maintained hedges, beautiful pieces of art. However, they are full of shrapnel and burning wood, scalding hot metal. You can see the desperate intent in the eyes of your opponents as we enter initiative. So roll D10 plus your dexterity, please.
Everybody?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's only you. Plus, I will.
Do I I get minuses for armor?
You only get a single -10 for armor.
Okay, so then mine would, with an extra -10, mine would be 37.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me quickly see one thing. Actually, I think this should do the trick. Yeah, that's it. We are doing this. Yeah, this would do nicely. So I will also roll d10 for everyone involved. Nice. They have 41 -10, 31 total. I've rolled, of course, for every single one involved. So guards 31, just so we are clear on that. And I also need to roll for your Sarlun, because he is with you. At least for yeah.
Johan and Gaston have.
Oh, sorry, I have 37.
37, yeah. Gaston, you've rolled?
I rolled a 6.
6. So how much do you have with after
And agility plus 6.
Yeah.
You said agility plus 6?
No. You roll d10. You add this to your agility, and then you subtract 10 points for your armor.
Okay, so so I add 6 to my agility, then subtract 10.
Yeah, exactly that.
So I guess it would be 39.
39 total. All right. So let me quickly also roll for d10 for your Sarlun, and we are good. Oh wow, 10. And he doesn't have armor because he's a slayer. That's this funny thing. Okay, so he has 39 as well. Okay, so who's first, who's last? 47 Lambert.
Sorry, it's Gustav 50, Lambert 47, Gaston 39, Johan 37, guards 31, enemies 31.
Guards and enemies are the same, yeah, but
Yeah.
okay. So Gustav, you're up first. You can see that you have at least probably about 10 enemies in front of you. Of course, through the smoke and the general chaos, as well as this strange battle haze that you have, you can't really, unless you spend at least a single action, count the exact number. Remember, combat is chaotic, it's hectic. You don't have time to to do the proper count. What are you doing? And you can see that that they will fight to the death. It's practically given, at least for now. What do you want to do?
I want to hold my action until Gaston goes.
Okay, so you are
I'm looking to Gaston to lead the situation here.
Okay, so you are preparing yourself for the potential combat. After that we have Johannes, yes? No, Lambert and Johannes, you have the same number, but tell me which one of you has higher dexterity, basic dexterity.
I have a dexterity of... I don't have dexterity.
Agility, yeah, sorry. Sure.
51.
Okay, and so Lambert and then Gaston. And then Johannes. Lambert, what are you doing?
What is currently out in front of me?
I will probably need to create some kind of map.
Willpower test.
Why? Why do you want to roll?
I need to roll a willpower test for...
for scratching. Yeah, you can roll this right now, actually. You scratch yourself like crazy, and that means...
he doesn't have to roll again the rest of the combat?
Yes, if he passes.
I would use a luck.
Oh, by the way, sorry, remember that one more thing, Lambert. You also have -10 to your agility and fellowship.
So for that point, I'd be at 41.
Yeah. So
I was gonna say I totally forgot the
you have minus 20 to everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so instead of 37, I have 17.
Yeah. So you are still first, Lambert. Yes, because Johannes has the shits.
Well, I will luck my willpower test then.
Sure. First luck goes. No. But this means that you spend only the first action to scratch yourself, so you have one more action. I will try and quickly and very badly draw your part of the combat, so that you will know. So let's say that Gaston. I mean, Andy. I don't want to speak for you, but I would presume that Gaston would probably be in the first line.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm the most armored.
Yeah. I mean, it's also about, mostly the martial glory, stuff like that, so, yeah. So,
Many of us see ourselves as a fighter, and you do, so we're all looking to you for what to do.
yeah. So, I'm going, this is Gaston here. This, the red one will be the dwarf, Usardun. Yes, I'm very good at creating combat maps. I am using combat maps in my Caracas Gao play, but there we are using just proper combat maps, so here it would take too much hassle. Gustav, Lambert, and Johannes, which one of you want to be on the left flank?
I'll take left.
Okay, Lambert will take left. You will be the blue one.
I can take right.
Okay, you will be the violet lilac one, Johannes.
Yep.
And so finally we have Gustav. Gustav will be sea blue because he's from Marienburg. Okay, so that's this how this works.
Stuff is M. Marienburg.
Yeah.
I know which one it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's keep. Actually, no. Wait. Because Oh yeah. Marienburg. Here you are. Now, the enemies. Shit. That's the word color. They are here. They are very irregularly placed, mostly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, something like that. And between you and them, there are pieces of, as I've said, the hedge. So, for example, here, here are those. Well, one's very nicely looking, but now mostly wrecked and ruined. What's the word? Artistically created living walls. I think that would be a pretty good description of a hedge. I don't know if you guys ever saw one in the flesh, a proper hedge maze, the ones that they have in Britain, or even in Germany where my aunt lives. She lives in a very small town near Cologne, and they have those incredible just sculptures made from hedges. They are beautiful. Yeah. So this is how this looks. Here we go. Go nuts. Gustav, you are holding your action. Lambert, what about you? And what do you have in your hand? Because Gustav, I presume that you have hand crossbow and club. Lambert, what about you?
Got my short bow.
What are you going to do with it?
Just swing off a shot. But yeah, fuck it. We're gonna swing off a shot.
-10? Why -10? You only have minus to your agility and fellowship.
Oh right, that won't hit ballistics.
Yeah.
How do I pin?
You should
Control.
press like I'm pinning right now. Let me show you. You need to select the oh yeah, the cursor. Okay.
Yeah, you need to right click on it and
There we go.
Yeah.
the position and then
Yeah, I got it. I'm gonna fire off a shot at this douche.
Okay. Sure. You fire off a shot. You pull the string, and you let loose the arrow. Roll for ballistic skill. Yeah, just barely. Of course, you've managed to hit him in the arm with the you have short bow. The short bow, if I recall correctly, it's slightly weaker than your normal weapon because it only. Actually, no, it still deals 3 damage. It just has shorter range. Okay, so roll d10. Sure.
Aw.
Plus 3, which equals total of 5. Remember, you can't reroll damage with luck. Just so we are clear on that. And you still managed to nick the man. You can see that your arrow just grazed his shoulder. He actually cried out in pain. Oh, by the way, sorry, I will also draw the mirror mask guys. I will tell you which ones they are. Here's the one. Here's another one. Here's the third one. So you only have 3 of those. The rest are normal guards. Okay. And in that case, yes, you've managed to nick this man. So I will also this, by the way, this fight, just so you know, it will take a lot of time because in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 2nd Edition fights take long time. That said, I will note the amount of HP that they've lost right next to their tokens, so don't be surprised. Okay. So after that we have who are we having next?
Gaston.
Yeah, because Johannes had those. Yeah, this rather.
Dead last.
Yeah. Gaston, how much do you have? 39.
Yes.
And your basic agility is how much?
46.
Okay, so you are going before Usarun because he has 29 agility.
Oh, 43, sorry.
Still, he has 29. Okay, so what are you going to do? Lambert drew first blood. He managed to wound one of the guards with the bow. You're up.
Alright. Well, I think last time you said once somebody's wounded, focus all stuff on the wounded person.
Okay, so you are charging this man, yes?
Does that still ring true in the situation with everyone or no?
But wait, you mean? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Sean.
I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, generally piling on is a good thing.
Yeah.
I guess you could do that, and it'll give Lambert
other targets. True. Yeah. And you can charge him without any problems if you want.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move you here. You are right next to him. You drew your sword and you rush the man. He's armed with a short axe in one hand and a sick-looking knife in the other. You can see that he's already bleeding slightly from the nick on his arm. Actually, the left arm. So roll weapon skill plus 10 for charge. That's a botch. You want to reroll that?
Yeah. Use a luck.
Yeah. You rush the man. However, you almost tripped over a piece of the gate that flew here after the All Reliable blew it wide open. You managed to compose yourself and not hit the ground face first, unfortunately your blow completely missed the mark. Now we have, I believe, Usarlun, and Usarlun with a roar of fury, he simply charges this man right here with his twin axes swinging. And goes right towards the man's head. Now the man in question, like none of them have shields, they have hand weapons in, like game terms, hand weapons in their main hands, daggers / knives in their off hands, which means that they get free parry, but they don't have anything solid to parry with. He will try and parry. He has a free parry because of the weapon. He botched, and Usarlun simply sliced him in 3 parts with 2 strikes. The head, the legs, and the torso are just everywhere. The man didn't even have time to scream. He is incredibly super dead. After that, I believe we have Johannes, right?
I think it's the guard.
No.
The guards.
I was
Getting
gonna
to the team now.
I think everything else
the-
goes before me.
All right. The guards had a total of 31. Yeah. You're unfortunately you're last. Actually, the guards should be before your. No, actually no. After. Everything's fine. Okay, so the guards will make a counter charge. Some of them.
Can I use my action?
Yes, because you can use it before the end of the turn. Sure. Sure. What do you want to do?
So I'm gonna ping. I want to go right about there. Do you see that?
Yeah. Sure.
I guess that's a hedge. And I want to shoot the guy. How do I ping this guy?
This guy?
I want to shoot that
Sure.
guy and then hide behind the hedge and wait.
Well, how this works is you need to make a single action, use single action to move to the hedge, and shooting is another action. So you will be exposed, unfortunately, because you need to, extend your hand and you need to aim to shoot the man. If you would be standing at the hedge at the beginning of the turn, you could shoot and then hide. Like, I remember that this was the main problem when I was running Dark Heresy, and there people really want to stay in cover, and it used the same system. So anyway,
Is this useless in hand-to-hand?
Sorry, what?
Is the crossbow pistol useless in hand-to-hand?
No, actually you can use it in hand-to-hand because it's like a pistol. You can shoot it in close combat. You can't really. I mean, you can parry with it, sure. That said, it will probably get destroyed if you use it for auto parry. Just so you know.
I'm going to wait. I'm going to run at that. Well, that's actually Lambert's move. I'm going to go there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, actually, sorry. You wouldn't even be able to shoot because you spent 1 action to move.
Yeah, I just want to be around the corner, so the guy has to run blind into me.
Yeah.
Just wait for him.
Okay, so you are hiding behind this hedge over here. Yeah. Remember, the hedges are not very high, so when you approach it, you need to duck, go kneeling behind it. But that's not a problem. That's like a free action.
I'm waiting with the club in my main hand, crossbow pistol in my off hand. So
of course.
When you see a guy pop around the corner, I'm gonna hit him.
Okay. Now, charges.
Assuming he doesn't get to me first.
Yeah. This guy charges Usarlun, and this guy approaches and will attack him without charging because there's not enough space. This guy charges. Oh, Jesus. This guy will. Okay, why can I? Oh, thank you. He will charge Johannes, and this guy will move. Yeah. You shit yourself in fear. This guy will approach and strike Gaston. Not charging because there's not enough space, and this guy will move and strike at. Actually, I will roll D100, 150. Lambert above What's your word, Gustav? Sorry. 50 Lambert. So he makes a charge towards Lambert. Okay. Yeah. So, Johannes, let's do your guy first. He charges you. You see that he has a short sword in his hand, a dagger in his offhand. He looks completely normal. He looks like a guard, employed in one of the noble/rich houses of the empire. He even has this part determined, part terrified look on his face. They clearly weren't expecting this sort of thing happening to them today. And they know that they are fighting the Reichsguard, and they know that they are fighting probably the Emperor's, Sigmar's chosen. Not to mention, of course, a Bretonnian knight and a slayer. So, even so, this man rushes you and he's like, die! And he tries to, strike you down. And he goes for your arm. What are you going to do? And by the way, what did you have in your hands? You can, of course, tell me right now.
Well, now I have...
An M16!
Yeah. I have
There's nothing left of the man.
Yeah. I have my club in my main hand and my cheap-ass dagger in my offhand.
Okay, so you also have club, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in that case, do you want to parry or do you want to dodge?
Actually, do I have dodge? I thought I had dodge.
I think you have. Remember that you have minus 20 to your agility also.
Damn it. I may not have dodge.
But tell you what, if you pass me a toughness test, a basic toughness test, without minus 20, I will give you. I will remove the penalties for the entire combat for this. But you only have a single test. If you fail this one, you can't make it next round. Okay. Nice.
Suck it.
Yeah, you suck up your own farts. By that
Does that move your initiative up now?
Sorry, what?
Does that move his initiative back up to 37?
Yeah, that would probably work like that, sure.
We'll just worry about it for the next round.
Yeah, for the next round. So,
okay.
just so we are clear, your stomach still aches, but you hold it together.
Okay, well, apparently I do not have the skill dodge blow.
So, half of your agility.
Yeah, so I will parry because my weapon skill is 40.
Okay, you try and parry with your offhand. Let's see how well. Yep. You want to reroll that?
Sure, why not? I'll reroll it.
Okay. Nice.
Here we go.
You've almost didn't manage to parry this blow. However, at the last possible second, you slap the guy's sword to the side. It bit into the ground hard. He wasn't expecting that, of course. And yeah, good job. Lambert, you've been charged by man. This one has a spiked club, and he also has this piece of cloth covering his lower face. He tries to smash you with it, but unfortunately for you, he completely misreads your height, and the blow just swooshes over your head.
You just gotta crouch to hit me.
Yeah, it's like, oh man.
You obviously played no Goldeneye.
He's too short! Gaston, one of the silver-masked assailants, approaches you, and he tries to stabby shank you. He will get plus 10% from his comrade, because that's how ganging up on your enemy works in this game. However, and the blow goes right toward your left arm. Do you want to parry or dodge, or maybe do nothing? You have full plate, so you are pretty tanky, of course.
Yeah, mean, I guess there's probably no harm in carrying.
Yeah. However, you also have a shield, which gives you plus 10% to parry. Remember that.
Yeah.
So, do you want to parry?
Yes.
Okay, roll me weapon skill plus 10% in that case. No. Do you want
Just
to?
like rolling only 70s? No, because I don't want to reroll. So I only have 2 rerolls, and I already used 1.
Okay, so you want to take it.
I have no choice.
Okay. In that case, you try to parry, but unfortunately he was slightly faster, and the wicked bladed dagger slams into your left hand and does absolutely nothing. It slides off your armor, just without doing any damage. That said, there's also the guard that you've charged, and he raises his sword and tries to find a chink in your. Actually, I think he had an axe, if I recall correctly. Yeah, he raises his axe and he tries to find a chink in your defenses, which means that he gets plus 10% for aiming and attacking. And he does. The blow goes right towards your other arm. Do you want to dodge, because you've already used your free parry? You don't, of course, have to if you don't want to.
And so if I don't dodge, that means I can do something, or what?
No, you can't really do anything. Just
I'll try to dodge. Yeah.
Oh, okay, just remember that if you roll dodge, you get minus 10% for from armor. But I think it's still worth it, probably.
Sure. Okay. So this is agility.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, use your luck.
Yeah.
Use that luck now.
Yes, please use your luck.
This is because
I think that roll 20 has screwed me today.
Well, that's kind of the worst bot you could have. So
Yeah.
at least you didn't get that.
yeah. Remember, when you attack someone and you roll 0-1 and 0-2 on to hit, you deal additional 2 damage. But if you roll 100 or 99 on any test, you get, like, this is the worst bot that you can have, and it will probably hurt.
It's like fall on your sword.
Yeah. And general in tests, in normal tests as well, if you roll 0-1, 0-2, you will get bigger success. This is a house rule that I've introduced lately in the other group, and we find that it's actually very cool, especially when you roll really well, you can do additional extra damage or maybe gain extra information. So anyway, you almost tripped and fell again because the axe is heavy. You didn't manage to avoid it, but we shall see. Again, the axe does nothing. It just slides from your armored shoulder. You feel the hit, the strike, but it does absolutely nothing to you. Now, Usarlun has 2 opponents on him, and the first one will charge him, and he will roll the 100, and yeah, he goes for the head. Usarlun will try and parry, of course, because he has 2 weapons. And he by 1, but he managed to parry just by 1. The other fighter, the normal guard, Lambert and Johannes, you see this probably. Gustav and Gaston, you do. Sadly, you do not. The other opponent will try and strike him down with a sword. And yeah, 69. Unfortunately, in this case, it's not enough, but it's still nice. So after that, I think this is the Johannes. You're up because right? Yeah.
You say so.
Yeah. I
I'm
mean,
not sure where we are.
yeah. After guards, it's you, but next round you'll be before the guards.
Okay. I am going to I'm going to say, by Sigmar's hand, I smite thee. Repent!
Okay. And what are you going to do, by the way?
I'm going to smack you as hard as I can.
Very well. Go for it. Nice!
Okay.
You do smack him as hard as you can, and he will try desperately to block it with the knife. No, roll damage. It goes towards his right arm, if I recall correctly. Let me quickly see. Yeah, right arm. D10 plus your strength. You don't have any penalties.
So I have here that my mod is 2.
Mm-hmm.
Because strength is.
You only have
3, and
you only have 2 strength.
I have a 3 strength.
Okay, so it's
Maybe I only had 2 when I first wrote it and I didn't update it.
okay. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 1 D10 plus 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just using advanced.
So it's total of 5. Yeah, so you really want to be just like Sigmar, strike him down with your club, and you did manage to strike him. He hissed in pain as you smacked him with the weapon, and dealt him a very minor, almost glancing blow, unfortunately. But you're still in the fight, and now we have new turn. Who's first? Lambert is first, right? Lambert, you have your opponent right in your face. He has a mace. Oh.
I think I'm first.
Oh, sorry, Gustav. So you're first. So, what are you? Yeah, Gustav. Of course, you're first. What are you going to do?
I'm going to charge the guy that ran past me and charged Lambert.
Of course. So let me quickly move you here. You spring up from your kneeling position and you rush the man, swinging your club. Roll plus 20. Actually, no, sorry, plus 10% only for charge, because Lambert hasn't attacked him yet. He is in combat with him, but he has not dealt a blow. Doesn't matter. That said, of course, the man, the man will try and fend you off. And he almost, supernaturally, like many fighters, trained fighters, they know when they are in danger. He blocked your strike with his knife. That said, Lambert, you're up, and you can do something if you want.
Let me take my test real quick.
Sure. Oh yeah, because you've passed. So for the rest of the battle, you don't have to worry about scratching. And the test, of course, is a free action, so So.
So let's see here. I'm in combat, right?
Yes, you are in combat. You are locked in combat right now.
Without drawing an arrow, I do have an offhand, right?
Yes. That said, I presume that you hold your bow in your right, so you only have your offhand, right?
What the hell is that? Who shoots with a right hand?
I don't know then. Maybe okay. So you probably hold the bow in your left, so you have your good hand free.
The bonus you get from having another person in combat should negate your improvised weapon penalty.
Improvised weapons don't have penalty for striking; they only have penalty for dealing damage.
Okay. So you could use your bow, maybe.
Well, no. I have a question. This guy's like right up on me, but he has to be in turn focusing on. Shit, who's in combat with?
Gustav?
Gustav, there we go. Sorry. He has to be focusing on Gustav, right?
Turn around first.
Well, I mean, in game terms, he's locked in combat with both of you, and he knows that both of you will attack him, so tell me what you want to do, and I will tell you if this is possible.
This guy wearing pants?
Like everyone, of course.
Cool. Are those pants up with a belt?
Yeah, they are.
Not if I yank it off.
Probably not.
I've got those nimble fingers, baby. I'm a big old pervert.
Alright, so you try to unbelt him.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a dexterity test. Given combat and, moving, dancing, fighting, I will give you minus 15% if you want to do this.
Lambert tries to pants his opponent.
I will take the rule of cool here.
Alright.
And I'll pass.
Nice. He doesn't dodge. So yeah, because he wasn't expecting that. So you unbuckle the pants, and the pants fall to his ankles. He's like, "What the fuck?" And you know, I will roll for agility, or he will fall to the ground. No, he falls to the ground. He still has his weapons, but he's laying on the ground, and so both of you are standing over him.
He gets Randall points for that.
Yeah. By the way, this was a single action, so you still have one action left, Lambert.
Now that he's prone, I'm gonna move away from him so I'm not being fucked with when I'm trying to shoot arrows.
Yes, but if you move normally from him, even if he's prone, he can still get free attack for you on you.
Alright, fine. I'm just gonna whack him with my bow.
Okay. In that case, let me quickly check one thing. Combat cheat sheet, attacking prone opponent.
Prone and flanked.
Flank doesn't work in second edition. That's only for fourth. Okay. Plus 10%. So plus 20 from Gustav.
Alright.
Yeah, it goes for the head. I will let him dodge with minus 30%.
Otherwise, this is just a wonderful coup de grace.
Yeah, no, he failed, of course. So this goes for the head. So roll d10 plus strength, but minus. I don't recall how much.
5, isn't it?
Yeah, the improvised weapons are kind of shit. Let me quickly see. Combat cheat sheet.
Sometimes it's better than waiting to switch weapons, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Quality, poor quality. Improvised.
Especially if it's somebody else's bow. I don't care about it breaking.
And I've got a sling too, so I'm okay if this breaks.
Okay, I will quickly check this in the rulebook. Sorry for that, but oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. I have it. Strength minus 4. Minus 4, not 5, fortunately, but 4.
So I'm not really going to be doing any damage then. I'm going to do 1 damage.
So 1 damage plus your strength is how much?
Minus 4 is going to be 1 damage.
So 1 damage, but times 2.
Yeah.
So 2 damage total. Then unfortunately the blow bounced off his skull cap. It failed to penetrate. They have light armor on them, like leather pieces, stuff like that. Yeah, but
It's fine.
yeah, rule of cool still works, of course. So after that we have who's next? Gaston, I think, right?
Yes.
Yes. Gaston, you have 2 opponents on you. You have also, what, 2 or 3 attacks right now?
I believe just 2.
So you can either strike both of them with multiple attacks, one of them with 2, or you can do something else, of course. You can, for example, spend a single action for additional parry. It's up to you. Tell me, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna try to attack the wounded guy right now.
Okay, with both attacks?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I suggest that you do, by the way. This is the good course of action. Maximize your, killing potential. So you raise your sword and you quickly strike him twice. Roll first weapon skill. Nice. Goes towards his legs. He will try and parry. And he managed desperate, to fend you off just in time. By the way, they really have shit weapon skill, just so you guys know. But I am rolling relatively well, except for being unbelted.
Just a cornered animal. That's all this is.
Yeah, but you have second strike. Go for the second. the second strike goes. I mean, he simply jumps away. One more thing. Every time those guys botch, for example, dodging your attack or parrying, they die automatically. Just so you know. Yeah, so you are swinging your sword left and right. This is, by the way, Gaston, the reason that, like Michael said it very, very well, you really want to up your weapon skill at least to 60, maybe 63, because it will like maximize your chances in killing them. After that, we have what? Johannes, you're up. Yes, after Gaston.
Yes.
Yeah.
Since the first blow didn't convince you, have another.
All right, nice. I love shit talking during combat.
All right, so let's attack.
Nice.
Yeah.
It goes towards his leg. The guard is like, "Oh, fuck you!" and he tries to parry the strike with the knife, and yeah, he manages to do just that. And yeah, it's just he smacks the club away, and he's like, "Ha ha ha! What now?" After after that we have Yusarlun. Yusarlun is braying almost like an animal, and he strikes the mirrored enemy with his twin axes. First strike misses completely. Second strike connects, but the mirrored enemy will try and parry. They also have those long human-looking daggers in their offhands. That said, yeah, they are slightly more experienced, and Johannes, you can see that the dwarf is holding his own, but his enemies are not making it easy for him. And now I believe it's their turn. So Johannes, let's start with you. And after this round, we'll take a few minutes break, okay, for something to drink. Maybe some bathroom break, stuff like that. Anyway, Johannes, your opponent will declare. He will declare something that I almost never did before. He will try and disarm you. How this works? Sorry, he's not going to try and disarm you. He's going to use the feint. The feint means that both of you will need to test weapon skill. Just let me quickly open this so I will know that I'm doing the right.
I've never done a feint before, so
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
That's actually a very good and valid strategy in combat. If you're making feints, if you have lots of weapon skill. Yeah. So this is a counter weapon skill test. If he wins, you can't parry or dodge his next attack. If he doesn't win, well, he can attack you normally. Simple as that. Yeah.
You want me to roll?
Yeah, and I'm rolling as well. You also failed, so in that case, nothing happens. He tries to. He tries, to do this rather clever spin with the sword. Of course, he fails completely. That said, you are glad that he failed, because you are also, holding the club in a rather unexpert way. Now, Gustav and Lambert, your opponent is laying on the floor, but he can still attack you. By the way, he can still try and strike you. This is a minus 10% test for him, but he will try and attack you, Lambert, because you were the one who did this to him. And so he's swinging the weapon, the mace, in your direction, and he failed completely. Fortunately for you, you simply jumped over the swishing mace. Now, by the way, this opponent right here he will move to this place, and so he will decide what to do next in the next round. I will very quickly do the dwarf, and that sounded very bad. First one failed completely. The other one, first strike managed to hit. You Saron will parry. Yes, second strike -10 but +10. Goes for the head. You Saron will dodge, and I think he dodged. Yeah. Let me quickly see one thing. Agility. Yeah, he managed to dodge barely. So he's locked in combat with the two opponents that are trying to cut him to ribbons. And finally we have Gaston. Gaston, you are first. The guy that you are trying to kill, the normal guard. He's making he will make additional parry next round, and he simply tries to strike you with the weapon, with the axe, and +10. Yeah, it goes for your head. Do you want to parry or dodge?
I'll parry.
Okay. +10% from the shield, so 68.
You said weapon skill, right?
Yes, of course. Nice. You've managed to stop the axe blow just before it struck your helmet. However, there's also the silver masked opponent, and they are slightly better. By that I mean they have 2 attacks each. And so the masked opponent simply does a quick series of stabs. The first misses completely, fortunately for you. The other one also misses completely. I mean, maybe some of them connect, but they just bounce off, ping off your armor. They don't do any damage. Okay, so now we take a few minutes break, and we will be right back. Okay?
Alright.
Cool. Yeah. Bardzo. Już tam była. Okay. Za chwilę zamieszkamy a tu bardzo. A zrobiłabyś? Zieloną? Bardzo chętnie. Dziękuję, kocie.
Robię, to masz zabawę 3 razy.
Masz Xathrodoxa?
Co?
Masz Xathrodoxa? Już to jest wszyscy do nas.
Nie, nie mam tam. Tam są na samym,
Jak to czujesz? Co ty? Później po prostu sobie przyjdę. No lepiej, tak, chcesz odpowiedzieć? Nie? Nie kupiłeś wszystkie? Ty jesteś super dobry jesteś. Jak to jest?
Taki jestem 50 zł. Tak, to nie było.
Puścić mąkę, tak wiem.
Nie. Opustoczyć.
Co?
Opustoczyć kosztę.
Ten tostowy? No tak, no.
Ja nie tam tutaj nie są.
Nie, a to ja nigdy nie wiem tostowi, co? No. No. Bardzo fajni ludzie. Pamiętam. No czemu mi się nie sterować? Czasem.
Prędkość jeszcze.
Okay, we can start again. I've come back. Your favorite person?
So I'm here.
Oh, well. Your
Oh,
second
me
favorite
too.
Third favorite person, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh! Oh my god, I hate...
I'm watching a video of this girl hop around like a kangaroo at the Olympics. What happened?
Oh, the
the
breakdancer.
master breakdancing?
Oh my god.
Yeah. I will say, I did watch the gold and bronze medal rounds later, and although I still refuse to believe that breakdancing is an Olympic sport, they were pretty good.
That was like a joke, though. That was like
Oh, was
making
she-
fun of the other making fun of the other breakdancers almost.
Yeah, there's been a lot of stuff about her. I don't know what her deal is, but how she, won the competition in Australia to represent Australia is a mystery, or at least I haven't paid enough attention to.
It's like if you qualify for gymnastics or something, and instead of like doing a routine that can compete, you just take a dump on the mat and you say yay. You know what I mean? It's,
What she did was fucking weird, and yeah, it's.
I'm not sure it was breakdancing even. It was just kind of like
Some of it was breakdancing, but yeah, a lot of it was
it's like what people do at weddings and shit.
rolling around on the floor.
Yeah, it's like a
And
Homer
sprinkler.
Simpson maze.
I haven't heard that description, but that's pretty good. Like off your meds dance. Yeah. But yeah, this guy won't fucking fall down. Fall down,
Yeah, we need
bad
to
man.
dispatch these guys quickly.
Maybe you should pants it.
Yeah, that's the secret.
Nie jestem pod wrażeniem.
Wait a minute, let me undo your pants.
That's the normal role-playing dialogue.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm like kind of out of it today for some reason. We had a very lazy day yesterday. I think I'm still not recovered from being slugged yesterday.
Signed myself up for too much yesterday. Kind of fried today. But yeah, I'm gonna go to this bit swap, and we're gonna go take the kid to the bouncy place, and then go to the grandparents to the pool.
Uh-huh.
And it's like all across town. Like I didn't really plan the logistics. I'm like, God damn it. Next Saturday, I'm just sitting on my ass.
I have a 4-day weekend next week.
Nice.
Is it a holiday or?
No, I haven't had a vacation in forever, so I decided to burn some PTO. And my wife's like, "What do you want to do?" I was like, "I don't want to do jack shit.
Yeah.
I just want to do fucking nothing." So all right. So how are you gonna work this? All right. I realize I need to spend some time with my family too. So Thursday, I just pretend I don't exist. I'll fuck off and I'll just go do my own damn thing. Friday, we'll go out, eat family, do stuff. Saturday, gonna pawn my son off on my in-laws. T and I are taking an IKEA trip, which is about 2.5 hours away.
Swedish meatball.
Yeah.
Then Sunday, I'm fucking off.
Okay.
That's where I work. That's where I met my wife actually. Like yeah.
Oh, nice.
Hi.
I'm already married, so I don't know who I'll meet.
You met your wife at IKEA, Bran?
Yeah, we worked there briefly.
Oh, nice.
Oh, okay.
It's
Horrible place to work. Horrible place to work. It's like Walmart with cleaner.
a girlfriend, actually, fiance of my work buddy. She works there, but she's an architect. So she designs, bathrooms, living rooms, stuff like that. Yeah, but she says that even this kind of work in IKEA, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You assume that they like if you never worked there, you assume they take care of their employees because they're Swedish. They care about people, right? Like no.
No, IKEA. Yeah,
Exploiting you.
IKEA is known for some shady business. I know that, sadly. And I mean sadly because I really like their products.
Yeah, they're cheap as hell.
I mean they're cool.
See, if they had to pay people and give them benefits, then we'd have to pay more for our cheap ass shit.
Yeah. Okay, so I think everyone's here, by the way. Andrew?
Yes.
Okay, so everyone's here. So they did their turn, so I believe it's next one. By the way, although of course you hear like this is only the first 2 rounds of combat, so only like a couple of seconds pass since you've entered through the destroyed, gatehouse, which and the gate itself that got blown up by the 3-barreled, because there are only 3 barrels, not 3 times 3 barrels, by the 3-barreled, volley gun mounted at the front of the steam tank. You can hear the sounds of combat, still the discharge of gunpowder weapons, and the horrible grinding sound of the beast itself as all the reliable is slowly making its way through the destroyed gate, preparing to unleash hell. Even though you also remember that the witch hunter purposefully told the engineer and everyone actually not to destroy the building itself, because they want to take the big wigs alive, and not to mention there might be some very important intelligence found inside. So anyway, the combat still rolls, still goes forward. Gustav, you are standing over the prone body of of the unbelted guardsman who is swinging desperately for Lambert with his mace. What are you going to do? Sorry, that said, you also see that this man right here stands between you, Johannes, and Yosarlun, and he hasn't decided yet what to do. Just so you know. It's up to you.
Okay. The prone guy, does it make sense, like, I don't want to kill him, I just want to kind of kneecap him, like tell him to get out of here.
Remember, if you don't have the required skills, like strike to stun, you can't really know if your blow won't be fatal. You know. You can, of course...
I have strike to stun, but I'm not currently equipped to do that, like, so
Yeah.
I thought maybe try breaking his leg or something.
Well, you can strike his leg, sure, if you want to do that, of course. Then, if you, for example, crit him, the crit will go to the leg.
Okay, I don't want to hit him in the head, because I don't want to intentionally kill him.
So you want to strike him in this, like, in a specific location, which is a minus 20% weapon skill, just so you know.
God.
But he's laying on the ground, gives you plus 10, and Lambert is fighting with you, it gives you additional plus 10, so it will be on 0.
Okay, that's perfect. That's worth it, okay.
So you're aiming for one of his legs, left or right, doesn't really matter. Raw weapon skill, sure.
I don't even care where, if it's the ankle or knee, just I want to break something.
Yeah. I mean, you can be that specific in this game, you just go for the leg.
And I want, as I strike, I want to say, go home to your family while you can.
Okay. Nice. He will try and parry with a minus modifier. He failed, so roll damage.
Watch me accidentally kill him.
Yeah. 3 plus.
Hang on.
How much strength do you have?
Strength 4.
So 7. They don't have any armor on their legs. So in that case, minus. Let me quickly see. One thing. It's like jumping between all of the books. I know this takes time, but sadly, these are the realities of this game. Okay, yeah, so this he felt. You struck him hard in the leg, and he howled in pain. You know, you've... I probably shouldn't do that, but I'm just, like, it doesn't really matter. You dealt him a solid blow. You even, you know, heard this satisfying crunch. The man is just, you know, rolling on the ground, whimpering in pain. Now we have Lambert, I believe. Lambert, you saw that Gustav, you know, delivered a rather nasty strike to one of this man's legs. What are you going to do?
We're just trying to cripple him?
You don't know. And by the way, remember, you can't really communicate during combat unless you spend action for that.
I did say to the guy, go home to your family while you can.
Yeah. And then
Short enough to get out.
And then he struck him in the leg. Go home, whack! Why are you not going home? Whack, whack, whack! Get up, whack!
I wanted to make him think how useless he's going to be in combat. You know what I mean? He might as well just leave.
Well, how can he go to his family if you're going to kneecap him? This is my question.
Crawl there, I guess.
Oh yeah, roll on the ground. Lambert.
This just seems cruel. I mean, if you're gonna kneecap him, at least get him in both knees. We're gonna go for the other knee.
Okay, so roll your basic weapon skill. I presume with the bow, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, sure, why not? You know what? He's not going to dodge. Roll damage. Oh my god!
Jesus Christ!
Plus 1 is 10, minus 4.
No, minus. Oh, that's. Oh.
He and a halfling was clubbing this dude's legs.
Yeah.
Can't feel my leg.
Okay. Wow. You struck him as hard as you could in the other leg with the bow, and something did broke. You think this man is now howling in agony? Like, I normally don't do this again. He's on 0 hit points, so a single hit point more, and he goes critical. By the way, remember, you as players know that, your characters don't. But Lambert, you put everything you had in that strike, and you know that you did some real heavy damage to him. Yeah.
Second action, right?
No, because you had to aim in a direction in a certain location, and then you struck. If you want to target a certain location, you need to spend a single action for aiming and then second action for striking.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So a halfling and a Marienberger are just, bashing this guy's legs in. Oh my god! I think Gaston, you're up. Yes.
Yes, and Gaston is now turned on by the screams of agony.
Oh man!
I mean, it's hard to say, but he has knocked a dent in his codpiece.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that he probably has a big codpiece, so.
Right, exactly.
It's
that codpiece wasn't conical to start.
Yeah. So I presume both strikes to the same guy?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it. Nice. Again, he really wants to stay alive, so he will try and parry. And he failed. Roll damage.
Strength.
Strength plus your sword plus your D10. I don't recall how your sword works. I will open it in a second.
Okay.
Just that's no.
It's a D10.
D10
Oh,
plus your
sorry.
strength. No worries. Let me quickly see. Carcassonne.
Fuck.
Is this 10? Oh. Okay, so
Strike would be a 14.
I think this guy he's done. I think. You're from Carcassonne, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Let me quickly.
Emphasis on the carcass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, here it is.
Carcass.
So remember, it gives you +5 to your weapon skill. So you have effective weapon skill of 63 and +1 to damage. So yeah, the Carcassonne swords are crazy. Like you start with this from this barony, and you have a weapon that is not magical, but is better than most magical weapons. Not that I'm complaining, by the way. I love Gaston. So how much strength do you have, Andy?
How much strength?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's 50.
50. So do you have strike?
15 points of damage.
No. Do you have strike mighty blow? I think you probably should have.
Where would it be?
It's a talent. Yeah.
So you would have had to write it down in your talent section, which mine is full of all kinds of stupid notes.
Yeah.
I think we did it before. He did have it.
Yes.
He did
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so 9 plus 5, strike mighty blow, additional 1, so effectively 9 plus 6, plus your sword,
Jeez.
9 plus 7, 16 points total, minus, yeah, he's dead, even with the armor. You simply chopped off his you chopped off his left arm completely. The man staggered back. He's not screaming, he just looks very dumb, in a very dumb way at this, at the stump that is gushing blood everywhere. He falls to his knees and he falls to the side, dead before his head even hits the ground. The second strike, the second strike essentially, like, let's say that when he fell to his knees, the second strike went into the side of his neck, so you killed him extra dead. Yeah. So I am going to not this, remove, this thing, very nice. That's Gaston is hench. Now we have, I believe we have you, Johannes?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. Huzzah! Take that.
So one more time, the same thing. Yes.
Yeah. I'm a simple man.
Nice.
Avast, ye bitch. Like this.
He failed. Roll damage. It goes for the left arm, the same place where Gaston struck his opponent. Ooh.
Sigmar's Fury. No, it's not Sigmar's.
No, it's not Sigmar's Fury, but yeah, it's still quite a lot of damage. Okay, the strike connected, and the man, he's actually wait. I'm going to no. If I would do this here, yeah. The man, received a mighty blow to the side of his left arm. He staggered back. He's like, "Ah, fuck! I'm going to kill ya!" And he's like,
I'll kill you.
"Yeah, I kill you." He's like super angry.
Real deep southern accent. He's gonna kill you.
I'm
My
not.
son learned to say that somewhere,
I'm gonna fuck
and he
you
runs
up.
around in circles screaming, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!"
I'm a good dad.
I don't know where he got it. It's the TV or something.
Well,
yeah,
truth be told, you are living in the States, so you know. Yeah. Sorry if that offended anyone. It wasn't.
No, it's totally understood. We're
Yeah.
American. We got the joke.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, the strike connected, and you can see that this man is hurting very much. He probably thought maybe that you'd be a fairly easy prey, but no, not this time. Now your Sarlun's turn. He's going to again maximize his chances of killing a single opponent while he's being assaulted by two of them for now at least. So Johannes, you see that the first strike, yes, it connected with the silver. I mean, it goes for the silvered silver mask wearing fiend, but the fiend in question, of course, will try and block. And barely, but he managed to do so. By the way, they have 36 weapon skill. I rolled 34. The second strike. No, the second strike goes wide, and all of you can hear, even above the din of battle, the sound of the steam tank slowly rolling onto the premises of the Golden Triangle. You can hear the frustrated, roars of the Slayer. Now, the enemies. I will roll d6, and depending on that, we'll decide where the single mask enemy will go. 1, 2. Lambert and Gustav, 3, 4, Yossarun, 5, 6, Johannes. So 1, 2. Alright, so this man will, and again 1, 2, 3, Gustav. I like randomizing that way. Yeah, Gustav, you're being charged by this fellow. You remember him? I mean, one of them a couple of days ago, two of them, sorry, a couple of days ago tried to kill you in the library, in the Altdorf library. Back then, you had the support of a life mage. Now you don't. Interestingly enough, the normal guards that you're fighting, they sometimes grunt, sometimes yell, scream, stuff like that. The masked assailants, they don't utter a single sound. This man tries.
I don't have the same moral dilemma here.
Sorry, what?
I don't have the same moral dilemma with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the horrible-looking wicked dagger that he's wielding, and he's trying to skewer you with it, and it goes for your head. You want to parry or dodge?
I'm going to cheat.
Sorry, what? Come again?
I'm gonna dodge. I'm rolling on -10 for my
mail.
Is that-
Yes.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
43 correctly.
no. Do you want to reroll that?
Yeah, I've got 2 left. That's
Uh-huh.
my first one.
That's a good call. Nice.
Yeah.
You've passed. You've barely avoided the blow. It almost went into your eye. Fortunately, you've managed to avoid the blow. However, you can also see that this combatant is probably slightly more experienced than the chaff that is laying on the ground between you and Lambert right now. Now, Johannes, the guy that you are fighting, he's throwing caution to the wind, and he's making an all-out attack. That means that he won't be able to dodge or parry next turn, but for this strike he will get a plus 20% to his weapon skill, because he's raising the sword up and he's drops the sword onto your left arm. Do you want to parry or dodge?
I want to parry because I'm better at that.
No, without any problems. You simply, take a single step to the left, or sorry, rather to the right, while at the same time extending the hand with your hand with the dagger, and you push his blade away. It slides into the ground, and the man is completely exposed, which means that when you attack him next round, he won't be able to do anything. Nice. Now the prone guy once again tries to strike Lambert, even though he's barely conscious, but he's saying something. "I'ma kill you, you rat!" Shit. No, that's a. Wait. By the way, that's interestingly enough. No, that's not the roll. If you open your dice roller, you have the fudge at the bottom.
Yeah.
And I've just clicked that. I don't even know what a fudge is. Can anyone tell me?
There's a whole fudge die system where it's like I think the fudge dice is essentially you get like pluses, minuses, or nothing. So apparently that roll was a nothing.
Okay.
But it's a whole gaming system where you get fudge dice. I don't understand.
That sounds like GURPS.
Yeah, or something like.
That sounds like something from GURPS or was it Fantastic World or whatever the fuck it's called.
Now you reminded me that I haven't played GURPS in about 29 years. Nice.
Well, I don't think anybody has played GURPS in about 29 years.
Probably.
It's a game old enough to be a grandpa, man.
Yeah. I still have no idea how I managed to play it when I was like 7 or 8. Anyway, he's going to try. Yeah. Sorry, what, Bran?
I said, wow, you were a patient kid.
Yeah, I mean, mostly my GM back then in our like former what's the word, kindergarten. He was explaining it to us, but most of us, we had no idea, what he was talking about. He was a good man. I mean, he ran a game for about 20 kids every single week. So he was a very cool guy. Yeah. Anyway, now I'm going to roll minus 10% because he is laying on the ground. Yeah, you simply dance around him. His strikes are clumsy. They are weak. Now Gaston, your single opponent, once again tries to deliver a series of stabs, trying to disembowel you. But will he succeed? No. The first one goes really wide. I mean, you probably just, block it with your shield. The second one also, you are parrying and, you are dancing around. Even in your full plate armor, you're practically still faster than this man. You are more experienced. Now, your Sarlun, unfortunately, will probably have a slightly tougher time because one of his opponents will try and aim for maximum potential and goes for the head. The normal guard. Yosarun will desperately try to block. This is not a death worthy of a slayer, and he manages to do so. He has 66 weapon skill, by the way. That said, this gives the
amazing. In my experience, slayers suck at defending themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is not a worthy end for a slayer. I mean, being killed by a what's the word, ungi, the word for human, just sucks. But the mirrored mask bastard also tries to stab him. First strike, nope. The second one, also no. Johannes, you can see that the Slayer, he's just this blur of steel, and even though he can't land a single blow on any of those two guys, they also can't go past his defenses. Now we have new round. Gustav, you have this this opponent right on top of you. By the way, remember one thing. Now this is interesting. Very very quickly, rules wise, this is interesting combat because Gustav is right now in combat technically with the guy laying on the ground and the guy that charged him. However, the guy laying on the ground attacked Lambert. So even though Gustav is in combat with him, I'm not giving the guy that charged Gustav plus 10% because the guy laying on the ground, even though he's locked in combat with Gustav, attacked Lambert before. Remember, this is, when it comes to combat, this is still a strategic like game, so it's always worth remembering those things. Anyway, what are you going to do?
Okay, this guy I'm trying to kill.
So I presume you just want to bash his head in. Yes?
Yeah, I also have the crossbow pistol, but
yes.
I'm still testing on ballistic skill with that. That's not the thing to use right now.
I will give you plus... Actually, wait a second. Ranged attack. Oh yeah, actually is... Interestingly enough, you can use it, but it is minus 20%. But it's also plus 30% because you're in point blank range. But he's in combat with you, which means that he's moving all the time, so you will have problems hitting him. So you would have effectively plus 10% to hit with a crossbow pistol. But you have a crossbow pistol in your offhand, and this also gives you more problems. Minus 20, yeah. So it will be a total of minus 10. Yeah.
It's a ballistic skill or weapon skill?
Ballistic skill. You always use ranged weapons with ballistic skill, even in close combat.
Could I do both?
I would say yes, because they are not the same attacks. You can't do a single attack and a single attack unless you have multiple attacks. Swift attack. But yeah, you have a ranged weapon and you have clap. Of course, you can. But which one are you doing first?
The crossbow pistol.
Okay.
Right in his face.
So you can aim for. Yeah.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
I hope it hits him in his face.
Sure. You pull up your crossbow pistol and you're just shooting the man point blank. You're trying to minus 10% roll ballistic skill. Yeah, you. Nice. It goes for the arm. Roll damage. Crossbow pistol. Like what kind of damage it has? That's.
I wrote it down here. Let me see. Crossbow pistol. Oh, I didn't. I wrote my ammo.
2. Damage 2.
2 damage. Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not as strong as normal.
Wow, it barely works.
It's concealable though. That's nice.
Yeah, it's an assassin's weapon. So no.
So 7 plus 5. Or 5 plus 2, I think.
7. And it goes to the arm. So, all right. Yeah, you struck the man with the crossbow bolt, and he helped. The crossbow bolt, it didn't embed itself in his hand. It slashed it open. However, you see that the blood, it flew on the rich green grass, and then you're following it with a strike from your club. Roll weapon skill. I will give you, for funs and giggles, plus 10% because of the crossbow shot. Because he's slightly okay. What? I mean, you can reroll that.
I'm gonna use my second luck, so I have 1 luck left after this.
Sure. Nice. Okay. That said, he will try and parry this because this goes for the head, and yeah. No, roll damage. Shalayan, right?
Well, I don't like these guys. They tried to kill me. I gave them a chance.
4 plus.
Strength in it is 4. I don't have. No, I don't have anything else that would affect it.
So you have 4 strength?
Yeah.
So 8 total. -4 times 2, so 8. Okay, let me again quickly see. Yeah, this, you've cracked his mask in half. Half of his mask fell to the ground, and you can see that beneath it there's a face of a man. However, you also see that, unlike the guards that the guard that you were fighting before, this man has murderous intent in his eyes, and there's something deeply unsettling in his stare. It's like you're looking in the face of a true fanatic. And he's like, "Is that all you got?" Saying something like that. However, he barely stands on his feet. Yeah, that was.
I don't want to roll dice because it's not exactly a attack, but I want to spit at.
Remember that you can spend additional luck point for. Sorry, you already used. But normally you can spend luck point if you want additional attack.
Okay.
Actually, no, you can do that. You can do that if you want, but you will be completely out of luck.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
But I do want to spit.
Okay, yeah, you spit at him. Maybe it even hits him in the face, but he doesn't seem to care. Of course, you can see that he has this, he has the pieces of this mask embedded into his face. There's blood, coming down, disappearing under the collar of his leather tunic. But he's still standing and he's still deadly. Lambert, what about you? Are you
I am.
punching the man with the bow?
I guess so, man. Like, I hate to be a one-trick pony, but I can't take off his pants again without a knife.
Okay, are you also aiming for the leg? Remember, you won't have +10 from Gust.
I really just don't want to be. I mean,
You won't get +10% from Gustav right now because he's occupied with other guy.
you know what? Fuck it. These fuckers killed my whole fucking family.
Yeah, good call, I think.
Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna take out my dagger.
Okay, so you're drawing your dagger and you're striking him with it, yes?
Is drawing my dagger a action?
A single action unless you have quick draw, which you might have actually given your...
Let me check this.
I'm all...
I have it because it
I don't.
goes hand in hand with the sling.
Oh no, there it is.
You have it? Quick draw?
What's that? Rapid reload.
Yeah, not the same.
Rapid reload is very good for crossbows and for bows, actually, so...
Well...
So, I mean, you can draw your dagger and strike him. Like, 2 actions, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. You unsheath your dagger and you plunge it into the man, or you're trying to. +10% from attacking a prone combatant. Nice! Go for the head, of course. He will desperately try to avoid being killed, so he will try and parry with -10% because he's laying on the ground. He fails. Roll damage. Jesus Christ! And I was worried that except for Gus.
Shit.
Got a new smile now.
Yeah. No, it's like yeah. I was worried that except for Gaston, this party would die to essentially sneezing. Lambert, you unshift your dagger and with a single, deft, very agile motion, you plunged it between the man's eyes. He shuddered. He did this funny-looking, well, horribly, but also funny-looking cross-eyed stare with his wide eyes, and then he just died.
You don't want to spoil the meat. You gotta kill it quick.
Nice. Instant knife kill. Press E to use knife. Okay. Yeah.
I didn't see that, I'm assuming.
No, actually you did. I mean,
I was gonna say.
you are in combat with the man, but you are also very close to Lambert. And remember, in combat you are constantly moving, turning. You are aware of what's happening, so you saw that Lambert simply stabbed the guy to death with a single strike to the head. Yeah. Yeah, very metal. Now, Gaston. Oh, by the way, I need to remove this guy from the... what are you doing? Both attacks to the masked assailant?
Yeah, pretty much. I have no choice.
Yeah, so you're just, slashing wildly with your sword, weapon skill. Remember, you've passed, because plus 5% from the sword.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good thing that I checked that. The man will try and defend. And the first strike he managed to block with with his long knife. However, there's a second strike. You reverse the grip and you try. Yeah. That's right into the middle of the torso. He will perhaps dodge. Actually, let me quickly see if they have. Yeah, he barely, but he managed to avoid being skewered by you. By 3 points, by the way. So, as I said before, those masked guys are slightly better. They're not that good still. They are probably mostly used to, butchering, killing helpless victims. Johannes, you're up.
Alright. I foul abomination against Sigmar.
Alright. Wait, Leopold, is that you?
Yeah. The guy's probably like, what the fuck is this guy talking
Yeah. Like he's like, enough talk!
Yeah. I'm stuck here. Right.
Yeah. Nice! he doesn't do anything. He did an all-out attack. So roll damage. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Boy.
Oh. Alright. So 10 minus 4, 7. Yeah, you... and because he was completely open to your strike, you struck him incredibly hard in the solar plexus. You felt that your club annihilates the collarbone. Sorry, not the collarbone, but the middle bone. Sternum, ribs, and it pushes the ribs into his lungs and heart. The man fell back, vomiting blood, and he just fell to the ground. His chest cavity caved in by Johannes, the fury of Sigmar himself. Jesus Christ, like leave something for the knights. Alright, yeah, like
Combat's always very unpredictable in this game, like
yeah, but that's why I really like it. I think that's one of the cooler aspects of it. Now Yosarun will he will try at least to once again defeat one of his two opponents. Maybe parry. Yes, he parried with 36-33. He parried the second strike. He doesn't have much luck. Oof.
Oh, there you go.
Dodge.
That's all he needs.
No, he dodged.
Oh, God,
Yeah. So Johannes, after killing your opponent, you can see that the Slayer, because there's two to 1, he really has trouble. That said, he's holding his own. And now the enemies. Gustav, your guy first. He will try and exact some vengeance. He's trying to murder you hard. Multiple attacks. The first goes for your arm. Are you parrying or dodging?
dodging.
Okay. Roll damage. Roll. Nice. Without any problems, you jump to the side. However, there's a second strike. Almost, incredibly quick, but you take away, you pull back your legs just in time, and so the dagger misses you. Gaston, you are fighting for your life, between the pieces of the hedge, parts of the hedge. Your opponent, fortunately, can't even get past your defenses. He's wildly trying to maybe go for the throat, go for the armpits, but you're way too skilled of a fighter. And finally, we have Yosarlun. So the first guy strikes normally and goes for the head with the with the sword. Yosaran will try and parry. Failed. All right, that's interesting. And now D10. Wait, 1 plus 3 plus 4, so 5 total. He has toughness of doesn't matter. Johannes, you saw with your own eyes the blade of the normal guard. It slit it cut part of dwarf's crest. Let's just say. But the second guy, the masked villain, mirror masked villain, he tried to go with the first blow. He tried to go for the leg. With the second, he quickly pulls the blade up and tries to skewer the Slayer. The Slayer will try and dodge, and even though he's a dwarf, he moves incredibly fast. Very, very good, Doug. This combat is exciting. I love this combat. Everything just so dynamic. Gustav, you're up. You can also see that Johannes dispatched his opponent. You saw, by the way, what happened. He literally threw him into the air. His chest cavity, his opponent's chest cavity, caved in. What are you going to do, Gustav? Oh, sorry. By the way, very quick, Lambert. For game purposes, you're out of combat. You're not locked in combat right now. Okay, Gustav, go ahead.
I'm gonna strike with my club.
Okay. And maybe do second parry, perhaps?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to smash the man. Roll damage. Roll weapon skill. Sorry.
I'm gonna say I already gave your kin a chance to walk away. Swing.
Okay. Nice. Goes for the head. He will try and parry that, maybe. No. You really want to bash his skull? Okay, I get it. Roll damage. 3 plus 4, 7. Yes.
Yeah. Is it double because it's the head?
Yes. 7 minus 4 total. So 3 times 2, so 6. Yeah. So when he tried to kill you, you quickly moved in, and with a single strike to the very top of his head, you destroyed the crown of his skull, and you buried your mace in this man's brains, essentially. He fell to the ground like a doll, like a theater doll whose strings have been cut. He's dead completely.
I've sinned.
Sorry, come again?
I closed my eyes. I know I've sinned now.
Yeah, Lambert, you're up. You still have your dagger covered in blood and brains. What are you going to do?
No, I would have just left it in his face, man.
Oh, okay, sure.
Let's see. I don't really have a clean shot anywhere, do I?
No, unfortunately not. Every single of your opponents is locked in combat. However, you can still shoot, but this will... let me quickly see.
The Gaston needs help now.
You can just shoot normally. But I will randomize whom you hit. Or
even if I take an aim action.
If you take an aim action, you can hit the person you are shooting at, but you have rapid reload. Okay, so you would be able to shoot, aim and shoot right now. That's but I think this gives you still minus 20% because your opponent is in close combat. There won't be a chance for you unless you botch to hit one of your friends, but you will get minus 20% to to hit.
Those odds aren't in my favor. In that case, I am going to just run, try and charge up to where Gaston is fighting that guy.
You can't really charge there. Gaston, as you can see, takes
I'm
a lot of space.
I'm using a word.
Of course, of course.
I don't mean.
So you mean approach and attack?
Yes.
Okay. You can do that. You can approach and strike the man with your bow.
With my bow.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't.
With plus 10%, yeah, you managed to hit. That said, he didn't. Actually, you know what? He's not going to dodge or parry. He's arrogant. He doesn't believe that you're any sort of threat. Roll damage. Yeah.
I'm probably not a threat.
You smacked him in the arm with your bow, but it did nothing. You can hear his cruel laughter from behind the mask. You know, stuff like that. Now we have Gaston, and let's see if he's going to ha him. Gaston, you have support. Short support, but still support. So you have plus 10% to your first strike if you want to attack him multiple times, and basic weapon skill for your second strike.
Okay.
For the genitals, it goes for the genitals, very nice. But he will try and parry because this is genital strikes are like head strikes, damage times 2.
He's such a fantastic swordsman.
Uh,
He's becoming a doctor and giving him a second circumcision.
However, he barely but managed to deflect the blow, which would otherwise probably open him up from groin to sternum. That said, you have second strike. And second strike, he simply dodged to the side. But there are 2 against 1. Johannes, you're up now. What are you going to do?
I'm going to run and help
You-
Sarloon.
I knew it. In a true Sigmarite fashion, you always support the dwarves.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm gonna try to smack the mirror face guy.
Alright, you make your way, you stand right next to your Slayer comrade, and you try to strike the mirrored bastard with your club. Roll weapon skill. Plus 10%. Unfortunately, that was not enough. He simply pushed your club away with a combination of his like this long curved dagger and the second blade that he has in his offhand. Now we have Yosarun, by the way, who is barking, in laughter at you, Johannes. Thanks for the help, manling. And then he tries to disembowel the bastard. And yeah, he connects, and this time he can only dodge. He can't parry anymore. Which he actually did. One thing you see, Johannes, those guys are quick, but the second axe flies towards the enemy and misses him completely, destroying part of the hedge. Now it's their turn. The mirror mask assassin facing Gaston is still trying to kill Gaston because he's the more dangerous opponent. Unfortunately for him, perhaps the arrival of Lambert, spoiled his luck. He can't hit anyone for shit. Now, when it comes to combat with your Sarlun and Johannes, the normal guard will strike at your Sarlun while aiming. And yeah, it goes for the arm. The dwarf will parry. He failed. The damage will be 4-7 total. First blood for you. Actually, for them, sorry. Because Johannes, you saw.
This long.
Yeah.
It's about to be turn 6.
Yeah. Johannes, you saw that the guard actually managed to. He literally nicked the Slayer in the arm. But the dwarf didn't even grunt it with pain. Perhaps he didn't even felt it. That said, the mirrored assassin is aiming at you, Johannes, and he whispers, "Now you die." No. Maybe now you die. No. No, you don't die. Apparently, fortunately for you, you saw that the man tried to like counter strike you, and I'm not talking about the video game, of course. When you rushed in, you simply took a few steps back, and all of his blade strikes, they simply went into the hedge. Now, new round, Gustav, you're up. I can tell you right now, there's the only way you can enter combat is if you move to the left of Gaston, like up, move and strike the guy, the mirror guy.
What I actually want to do, I want to walk to about there.
Okay, let me quickly.
And just see what's beyond. If there's more guys coming, if we need to get ready.
Okay, so what you see, roll me perception test.
Okay.
Basic. You are still in this combat haze. You have slight tunnel vision, and you feel blood pumping in your head. The fact that you also brain the man, like in front of you, doesn't help. It's like you don't even hear all the sounds of combat around you. It's like, everything is slightly muffled. Yeah, I would say that with your roll, this is how you feel right now. That said, Lambert, you're up. What are you going to do?
Like I'm going to Shalaya Hell.
Yeah, or you're like, well, yeah, you're shell shocked, I think is the correct way to say it. Lambert, yeah.
So does this guy have pants?
Yes, he has. That said, this one, it will be harder for you. They are moving much faster, and yeah.
Magic fingers.
Okay, minus. Yeah, no. You.
Can I luck this?
Of course, you can luck every single, most of. Yeah.
Fuck. All right, well that's all my luck, guys.
Yeah.
It's worth the try.
Also.
We're just.
Also, from now on, if you're trying to do this with one hand like you do now because you have bow in your off hand, it will be possible, but it also will be slightly harder. But yeah, you try to reach for the belt to to do the same thing that you did previously. It failed because this man is simply dancing away from you. That said, the question is if he's fast enough to dance away from Gaston. Gaston, what about you?
I only used one action here.
Oh yeah, that's true. Sorry. Of course. The second one?
The second one is whacking him with my bow.
Okay, sure.
Which I didn't do.
No, you did, because you have plus 10% from Gaston.
Oh, hooray.
But, again, he's not going to do anything.
Is he not?
Well, how much total?
That'd be 8 total. Or sorry, 7 plus 4. That'll be 11 total.
11 total, but this is a ball.
Minus 4, so it'll be 7 total.
7 total. Towards his arm. Yeah, so, you smacked him very hard, and he felt that you even hear this, not yell per se, but a curse, as the bow connected. Gaston, you can see that, yeah.
I gotta say, people are using the bow all wrong. Alright, this is
Did we lose somebody?
Yeah, I think we lost Michael.
Oh, he's like mid-sentence too.
Yeah. Well, the good thing that... Oh, you're back.
There we go.
Nice.
I thought y'all went into complete silence after I said something. I was like, this is really rude.
Yeah, that was not funny at all.
Yeah. Hey, come on, guys. Gaston, do your magic. I presume multiple attacks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Second strike. Nice. Your first strike missed because Lambert struck him in the arm, and the man simply spun away from your sword. That said, the second strike perhaps will connect if the man won't parry. No, and yeah, that's your second strike was guided by the hand of the lady herself, and you simply you use the fact that your comrade is very short, so you used your sword like a scythe from right to left. What's the word? Horizontally, you cut through his one arm, torso, and second arm. The man falls to the ground, bisected, and his hands are also into pieces. He doesn't even utter a single sound because he's probably too surprised for that. But he's dead. Nice. Very nice.
Gaston thanks the lady.
Yeah.
Like to himself.
And he says, "Give me more, more blood for the lady."
Blood for the lady blood.
Out of interest, Andrew, roll D10. Let's see how much damage you dealt if you would strike him. Okay, like I said, every time a single, like 99% when normal mooks botch during a dodge or parry, I just remove them. I think that's better and much more cinematic. However, now we have what? Now we have Johannes. Johannes, you can see that the battle lines are relatively clear. To your left, over the Slayer's slightly cut crest, you think you saw Gaston removing one of the silver masked opponents. You can see Gustav made his way between the hedges and he's now scanning the front of the building, but you still have two enemies in front of you, including one that is actively attacking you. What are you going to do? Gustav? Johannes, sorry. Sean?
It's sheriff that he's there.
Yeah. I've pinged him.
Must be a connection thing.
Probably. I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. You're here?
Yeah.
You heard what I said?
No.
Alright. So as I said, you are fighting against two opponents, or technically one.
Yeah.
In the corner of your eye, you saw that Gaston, you think, killed another one of the silver masked assailants, and you also noticed that Gustav made his way in between the hedges, and now he's scanning the exterior wall of the golden triangle. That said, there are still two more enemies, including one that is actively trying to kill you. What are you going to do?
I'm going to smack him, and I'm going to say, "Give up while you have the chance," and I'm going to hit him.
Alright. No chance! He replies. No, unfortunately, your blow misses. Not by much, but still misses the mark. And he's like, "Ha ha ha, you will die." But Nan, your Sarlun, is like, "You will die first!" And he, just tries to cut him in two with the axes. Yeah, and the person will try and parry? No, and yeah, that's... Yeah, and he actually died first. What do you know? The first axe burnt itself in the left side of this man's torso, annihilating the lung and the heart. The second axe went like horizontally in between the ribs on the other side, and just did horrible damage there. The man vomited.
Guard killed the other?
No. There's still one more guard.
Okay.
The silver masked assailant, he died horribly, vomiting blood. Of course, the masks, they don't have like space for mouth or nose, so the torrent of blood from his mouth just gushed from between the mask and his face. It's obscene. The man falls to the ground, gurgling, and it's probably one of the worst sounds that you ever heard in your life. You also hear the Slayer roaring, "Grimnir!" Yes. And now the final guy is like, "Oh fuck this shit, I'm out!" He tries to run away. He makes the disengage action. Oh no, actually he will try and just move away normally, given the situation, the hedges, the body laying on the ground. So, Johannes, you and Slayer have 3 attacks, each a single attack. You are first in initiative, so you can do the first strike. This is a basic.
Yes. I'm gonna strike him down.
Oh, nice. He can, ironically enough, still parry and dodge, so I will say that he will try and parry this. No, roll damage.
Bam.
6 total?
Yep.
6 total minus 4 times 2, so okay. Yeah, you know, he turned around from you and he tries to escape. You smacked him in the side of the head. You know, he yelped in pain. Now your Sauron is trying to finish the deed. Yeah, he will maybe try and dodge this. No. And goes for the legs. Sweep the leg. Yeah, and I think that's that. Because he has 5, 6, yeah, and because of your strike, he stumbled. The dwarf removed both his legs right below the pelvis. The man falls to the ground, yelling in horrible agony. Gustav, you hear that? This is actually what takes you out of the haze, and maybe when you are looking to your right, you see this man, you know, comically peeking from behind the hedge, laying on the ground on his belly, and then you see that he disappears behind the hedge because Yosarlun dropped his left axe right between his shoulder blades and pulled him towards his diminutive but strong figure, and then simply butchered him, spraying himself and Johannes in blood. And actually, this is where the fight ends. Like, don't get me wrong, perhaps there were still 2 more, perhaps 3 more seconds, but there's silence. And when you look around, every single of the guards is dead or dying. You actually went rather humane on them. I mean, you killed them all, but you did it relatively quickly. But when you take a glance to your left, to the main road path leading to the entrance, you can see the Reiksguard are all of them are still standing. All of them are caked in blood, and they are walking in between the dozen or so bodies. They had quite a few opponents, maybe even more than 15, 16, and they simply deliver mercy strikes with their swords and daggers without any hesitation or any sort of, showing mercy. On the far side of the courtyard, also where the hedges are, to the left, you think that most of Gintelklinger operatives are also finishing their fallen opponents, those that still live, but most of them are actually moving towards the house. You're not sure how many of them, if any, are dead. That said, given the occasional limp here and there, you guess that some of them got wounded. On the other hand, the Reiksguard, even though they look like they emerged from an abattoir, they all seem fine. The all reliable is slowly making its way to the middle of the courtyard. The hatch is closed, of course, but you see that the 3-barreled volley gun is slowly starting to elevate. Perhaps, even though the orders were clear, Master Engineer, Willibald Sussman, still wants to be prepared for any eventuality. You hear Klinger's voice as he and his men and women approach half of his team as they approach the main door. He yells to everyone, inside, capturing Everett Harstein is our priority. Kill any guards you see, and anyone who what's the word? Makes what's the word for the opposition? Present an opposition to you, right? Yeah. And anyone who present any opposition to you, don't burn anything, don't destroy anything. And with that, and clearly this is a man who leads from the front. He kicks the door down. The door were actually closed at the beginning of the combat, even though the guards emerge from it, and then he rushes inside. The Reichsguard also, under the strict orders, move to enter. Yosarun looks at all of you. You can see that his left arm is slightly bleeding, not too much, and he's like, "Come on, manlings, or we're going to lose all the fun, eh?" You can see that also he's probably completely deranged. So, what are you going to do?
Two things.
Mm-hmm.
Yosarun, how many people did you kill?
Yosalun, you're asking the dwarf?
Yeah.
I think 2. Yeah, only 2. What a shame.
These fuckers butchered my family. You've earned 2 beers so far. Keep going.
Aha, thank you. I admire your spirit, Halfling. Let's kill some more and avenge your loved ones, eh? And you can see that he's saying that in a completely serious manner. For him probably matters of family. You don't really know dwarven culture, but you guess that they're pretty important.
I connected pretty hard with the dwarves at the bar.
Yeah, that's true. He's by the way, he sheaves the 2 axes that he has, and he pulls the huge double-bladed runic war axe that he has on his back. Tries it in his palms, and then very quickly moves to the entrance. Go ahead. Sorry, Michael. Sorry, you were first. Michael.
I'm gonna walk back over to the dead guard.
And take your dagger, I presume.
And say, I gave you a chance, and pull my dagger out of his face.
Mm-hmm.
Sheathe my bow and pull out my cleaver and pan.
All right. Sure. Right, Bran, you were next. What is your?
Can we see that the dwarf is wounded?
You can. You see that he has this gash on his arm. Like in game terms, he lost 2 hit points. So as I said, he didn't even notice that. Anyway, he's making his way towards the entrance. Passing. I'm too angry to bleed. Follow me, manling. Lots more blood to shed today. That's why I like working with your witch hunters. They always organize the best fights, he says. And you see that he's not even, looking at you. He's lost in the upcoming, hopefully for him, in the upcoming violence. Johannes Gaston, what about you?
Where can we get in this building? I want to kill more heretics.
Through the front entrance, knave, says one of the Reichsguard. Are you blind? Follow us, but don't get in our way, he says, as he and the rest of his brethren, form this wall of steel, arm to arm, shield to shield, and they just move quickly after the witch hunter and his men. Gaston?
I'm just following.
All right. You fall. You probably, you're just like, come on.
I'm thinking to myself, I like the dwarf style.
Yeah. So I presume that you all enter the building. Yes. I mean, if anyone wants to stay, I want full declaration that you're staying.
I'm gonna take up my spot to the right and slightly behind Gaston.
All right.
Before I walk through the doors, I want to try and reload my crossbow pistol.
Roll me plus 10 intelligence.
Okay.
No. You're trying
I
to.
look pathetic in front of one of the Reichsguard, hoping they'll help me.
You're approaching one of the Reichsguard with this?
Yeah, I'm doing it right in front of them so they could see, and I lock eyes with them and look sad.
I mean, all of them have helmets with their visors on, and when you're doing this, when you try to lock eyes with them, the knight in question is like, "This is a coward's weapon, boy. You should drop it on the ground and draw your blade like a real man, a Sigmar-fearing man. Now get out of my way." And he tries to push past you because obviously they really want to get stuck in. You also feel that they're not especially friendly people.
I see that.
Yeah. Anyway,
my dagger out then.
Yeah, Lambert, you're going inside, I presume. Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right, and Johannes, you as well. Yes.
Oh yeah.
All right. It takes another 3 minutes to secure the first, and by that I mean the bottom and first floor of the Golden Triangle. There are only 3 guards remaining, and they all fall to the witch hunters' party's blades as well as the Reichsguard. You don't even have time to moving close to deal with them. Johannes, you saw the woman with the strange long-bladed glaive simply, almost in a dance-like manner, approach one of the silver masked assailants and completely avoiding all of his very hectic and very desperate attacks. She sliced him in quite a few very tiny pieces with this almost bored look on her face, while the Reichsguard removed 2 other threats in a short and professional manner. There are of course servants and cooks and people like that, people who don't offer any resistance. They are immediately detained by both the knights and the witch hunters, henchmen and henchwomen. I will call them henchmen just for simplicity's sake from now on. They're being tied up and placed in the main room, the eating room, the room that you were in, Gaston and Lambert, just like I believe last night or last evening. And eventually, finally, you found Everard Harstein. On the second floor, there were no guards in front of his office. As you moved past, as the entire war party moved past, countless and priceless artifacts and memorabilia and just relics from all over the world, from myriad of cultures and foreign lands. None of them you even touched. Actually, none of them got broken, and you have a feeling that both the Inquisitor and perhaps the Preceptor, Reichsguard Preceptor, they want to keep this place intact as much as possible. You stand in front a two-winged, beautifully carved door. You think it's carved from mahogany, perhaps from some other very rich, very expensive wood. Symbols present the symbols presented on the door are, of course, triangles painted in gold, real gold, as well as scenes showing sailors discovering foreign lands and fighting mythical sea creatures, great sea worms, and giant octopi. I think that's also a word, like octopi. Yeah, thank you. Given the fact that none of you knew what you would find on the other side, perhaps Everard would be standing there with a blunderbuss. The door unfortunately had to be blown open by a small black powder charge deployed by one of the henchmen, and the Reichsguard, of course, entered first, their heavy armor and shields offering excellent protection. But it wasn't really that important, because Everett Harstein is not offering any resistance. He is sitting there, pale-faced, immaculate as ever, with with his very fine looking mustache and dark, slightly grayish in some places hair, covered in like damp from perspiration. There's a pistol in front of him, like maybe 20 centimeters from his fingers. And when the knights entered, he didn't took it. He didn't even reach for it. That said, his eyes fell on it. Preceptor Kunibald Fehrenbach and five of his men spread through the entire room and covered every single angle leading to the desk, their blades ready. Ginter Klinger enters Everard Harstein's study, and this is a very impressive looking place. Imagine every single wacky archaeologists from the 1920s, office filled with all sorts of strange foreign, very expensive stuff. There's gold here. There are small statuettes made from ivory and encrusted with gemstones. There are, of course, paintings, huge paintings presenting Everard, but also perhaps the most important people in the history of the club. There is even, interestingly enough, in a single corner, in a glass cabinet, there is even a humanoid-looking figure completely wrapped in bandages, old bandages, and with this golden mask with a serene-looking face painted on it. The arms are crossed over the chest. It's kind of creepy, honestly, but at the same time the mask is a work of art. And the office is huge enough so that everyone can fit in. You can fit in, your Sarlun, the agents. Only 6 Reichsguard remained outside, covering the corridor. Ginter Klinger stands in front of Everard. He takes the pistol. Again, the weapon itself, it's just a masterwork made from precious metals and excellent wood. He weighs it in his hand and then he spins it around and handles it to you, Lambert, giving it to you without a single word. You can add best craftsmanship pistol to your character sheet.
Who gave this to me?
Ginter Klinger, the witch hunter. He's not saying anything, he just gave it to you.
Gotcha.
If I recall correctly, this is worth about 2,000 gold crowns. Best craftsmanship pistol. Yeah. If you want to sell it, I probably wouldn't, because the best craftsmanship weapons, they don't, they ignore the jamming rules. You can only have it misfire if you botch when firing. You can misfire it in any other way. So anyway, Klinger says, Everard Harstein, by the authority given to me by the Temple of Sigmar and the Emperor Karl Franz, may he reign forever, I am now taking you into custody for collaborating with the enemies of mankind and the glorious empire of man. Do you have anything to say before I order my men to put shackles on your accursed hardcore wrists? Harstein looks tired, and he looks defeated, but also you have this feeling he knew that this will happen. He simply shakes his head and says, "No, I will not oppose you, Inquisitor. I don't have to, because no matter what you will do to me and to the rest of the members of my esteemed club, you will not save this city in time. The ritual is almost complete. The shade did its work. And they are coming. They are coming for you all," he says. Again, he's not saying this in a gloating, triumphant way. He actually seems terrified. And he seems like a man who only now realizes what actually has he done.
Can I walk up and hit him? Unless somebody stops.
Yes, of course you can. Because no one was expecting that. You approach him and you simply deliver a punishing blow to the right side of his face. He falls to the ground. He falls from his chair. You are very quickly being restrained, Gustav. Two Reichsguard grab you, under your arm, and they simply and very unceremoniously, push you down to the ground. One of them saying, "Easy." But when they see, I presume that you're not struggling, so when they see that you are not doing anything, else,
I put my hands up like I realized
yeah, they took 2 steps back and they allow you to stand up. Of course, not one of them offers you, his hand to help you stand. You are a commoner, and they are, they are nobility. Klinger only took a glance at you, Gustav, but he also doesn't say anything. He turns to...
That was for a patient of mine.
You see that Harstein isn't even looking at you. He's massaging his jaw, but he's not commenting. Klinger looks at Margund Outman, the woman that you met a few days ago, probably his second in command, and he says, "Margund, take this man to the temple. We will question him there. I want them," and he points at Gustav, Johannes, Lambert, and Gaston, to be present. She simply bowed very low, then, grabbed Everard, propped him up, put very heavy-looking manacles on him, and together with with the rest of the henchmen, took him out of the room. Gunther Klinger takes Preceptor Kunibald Fernbach to the side. They speak for a very short time, few quiet words, and you all see that the Reichsguard, they move out from this office, and you think that they are start scouring the entire entire interior of the club. So the only people left here are you 4, the dwarf, and the witch hunter. Witch hunter looks at you, and he nods. You did well, all of you. I thank you for the service that you've provided, but this is not over yet. I will ask you to return to the Temple of Sigmar. The priests there, clerics, they will know that you're with me. They will take you to the interrogation room. There we will ask Goodher Harstein a couple of questions. Hopefully we'll discover everything, including the identity of his sponsors. Because right now it is as I suspected. He's only a pawn. He's not the main instigator of this entire operation. He's a middleman. A powerful middleman, but still a middleman. So, if you will, leave the premises of the Golden Triangle, return to the Temple of Sigmar. I will be there shortly. And with that, you see that he actually waits for you to leave this office, because it's clear that he probably wants to, well, perhaps spend some time alone, maybe look for some clues. You don't know. You see that the Slayer, by the way, just nods his head and says, "You offer a good sport, Witch Hunter. I like your style." And with that, he shoulders the huge double-bladed axe on, with one hand, and just moves out of the room. What about the rest of you?
I call after the Slayer. Shepherd's wand. Come over there to collect your bounty.
I will. I like your style as well, Halfling. He says. And with that, he, as I said before, he leaves the room. The rest of you, is anyone staying? Want to talk to the Inquisitor, or are you vacate the premises?
He told me to leave. I am leaving.
Gaston?
If everyone else is leaving, I'm leaving.
Alright. Gustav?
I too will leave.
Alright. You see that you move outside, and as you go downstairs, as you move past the door leading to this huge dining room, you can still see the servants being guarded by a single witch hunter henchman, looking all miserable, with their arms tied behind their backs, and kneeling on the ground, looking at you with pleading eyes. You go outside to the main courtyard, where the road leading to the destroyed gate is, and where the hedges are. Now this whole place really looks like a battlefield. Also, people already start gathering on the other side of the street. People, local merchants and people who just live here, of course, gossiping wildly. Interestingly enough, you don't see a single guard, a single city guard. That said, given that the steam tank has now rotated and is aiming at the street, no one is approaching. Master Engineer Wilbert Sussman is sticking out of the hatch, smoking a pipe. When you move past the steam tank, he looks at you. "That was some nice fighting, gents," he says. "Now, I'm always glad to take this bad boy for a spin. Thank you for the service, eh?"
Yes. It was awesome to see the power of the Empire displayed thusly.
"Oh, this?" And he pats the steam tank in a very affectionate way, almost like one would pat a prized horse, or even a beloved large dog. "This is nothing. I was honestly hoping for a bit more action. Maybe test the volley gun against that building over there." And he points, towards the main building of the club. "Unfortunately, Templar Klinger's orders were very clear, so not this time. Anyway, Sigmar be with you, and take care, he says. Yeah, you know, and he returns to just smoking his pipe and having this large grin on his face. He clearly enjoys his job. Now, when you emerge from the ruins of the gate, you can see that Magrun is there. Malgund is there with two more of her colleagues and Everard in Menacos. And as she spots you, she waves her hand to you, for you to approach her.
Okay, I walk over to her.
Yeah, all of you, by the way, of course. So, if you approach her, and I presume that you do, remember, if you don't want to do anything, tell me this in person, or else I will assume that you do. She says, the coach will be here any minute. We will travel into the temple of Sigmar. You are, of course, welcome to join us, she says. Or you can walk, it's up to you. When she says that, she smiles in a rather unpleasant manner.
I would love to ride back to the temple with you. Thank you very much.
You did well there, she says. I stole a glance in your direction when we were fighting. I saw you practically annihilating one of those mooks with that club of yours. Good job.
Thank you.
The other two, the other two henchmen, they don't say anything. They don't even particularly look at you. They make sure that no one tries to approach them and perhaps try to spirit Everard away. Harstein himself is just his gaze is glued to the road. He's not looking at you. He's not saying anything. He looks like a broken man who just realized what he has actually done. The coach eventually arrives, and it's a nasty-looking black wood and heavy iron contraption with the coachmen themselves sitting at the top of it, armed and armored with handguns and pistols. They are probably from the temple itself, given the amount of Sigmarite iconography, as well as the rather grim demeanor of the coachmen themselves. Of course, it is pulled by 4 huge black destriers, barded, by the way, slightly barded, not super heavily, but they have pieces of armor covering them. When you go inside, the vehicle is surprisingly spacious. There are even more twin-tailed comets and imperial crosses inside, of course. Everard sits between the two henchmen, his hands manacled behind his back. The rest of you, except for the dwarf who wanted to stay outside on the at the top of the coach, are riding in a relative not only safety, of course, but also it's like the coach itself is very nicely furnished and rather comfy to ride. Like the seats are all covered in plush and velvet, and you can feel that the driver is doing everything he can to return to the Temple of Sigmar as fast as possible. You are really driving very, very fast through the streets of Altdorf, and you can hear him from outside yelling, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Temple of Sigmar business! Get out of the way, or you will be run over!" And yeah, you probably guess that he wouldn't stop for anyone if they would get in his way. Are you saying anything during the ride?
What is your favorite method for extracting confessions from
I was totally on mute. I was like talking.
Sorry, go ahead.
Gaston,
It wasn't anything. I said I don't know what you guys, but that was pretty much a perfect day for me.
when
Yeah, that was
Gas
a pretty good day, man.
when Gaston said that, the two henchmen actually guarding Everard smiled slightly. You can see that both of them were in combat, and they of course have blood on their clothes, and they know that you, Gaston, like with like actually lots of respect. I mean, you are a knight, so yeah, Lambert, you also say what you say. Gustav, what about you? Sorry, no.
I was gonna dig out my little pack of Phineas cigars and offer one to Gaston, saying bygones be bygones.
Sure.
Gaston takes a cigar. What's the word? Stoogie? Like, right? Stoogie. Sorry, Stoogie. Okay. Yeah, Gaston takes a cigar. I don't know if Gaston is a smoker, but the cigar smells really nice. So you know. Johannes, you asked Margun this. She says, while looking at Everard, well, we always start just with talking to them. Unfortunately, most don't really want to talk. The heretics have this irritating way of not sharing information, but fortunately we have our own methods, and I think that Templar Klinger will want you to witness them firsthand.
Yes.
They're not pretty though. She looks at you, Gustav. So maybe those with weaker stomachs might want to close their eyes. You feel, Gustav, that there is perhaps a slight challenge in those words, although not with any malice. Not said with any malice.
You think I have a weak stomach?
You are a Sharan, right? Bleeding hearts and all of that.
I think some people need to be hurt, and a doctor knows exactly how to hurt them.
And
Fuck, that's cold.
yeah, with that she nods. Actually, we have a vacancy for an interrogation medic. Perhaps you would like to leave us your resume, eh? You see, Gustav, that she's completely serious. That she's not joking.
I'll save my decision for tonight.
And now, when you said that, all of you are shocked because Everard speaks. There won't be any tonight for any of you. So, I hope that you said farewell to your loved ones. Well, and he looks at you, Lambert, those of you who could anyway.
Can I grab him by the throat and tell him to shut up?
Yeah.
Or is that like something I have to roll for?
No. Normally you would have to roll, but no. In this case, he's sitting. He's shackled. So you shot your arm in the direction of his throat. You grab him by the throat, and he's like. I presume you don't want to kill him. You just want to tell him to shut up. Yes.
Yeah, it was just all because of his comment about the Lambert's family.
Yeah. Of course, you tell him to shut up, then you drop him. He's like... He's not saying anything else, but given the state of his face, it's completely red, and the tears in his eyes, all of you guess that Gaston has one hell of a grip.
The money, the power... Why did you turn on the Empire?
I didn't turn on the Empire. He says like someone who's been smoking pipe for probably the last 50 years. You're not sure, Gaston, if you haven't, damaged something in his throat. After tonight, the Empire will still stand. even if this city will not. But I did this. I did it, and with that Margun says, "Be quiet. Save this for when the Templar will ask you questions personally, and the rest of you." And she looks at all of you. Don't ask him any questions right now. Ginter Klinger is the only one who is allowed to do so. If he will permit you to do it, you will be able to ask questions. And with that, she looks at you, Lambert. By the way, when he said that about the family, you saw that both her and the two henchmen really locked eyes on Lambert because they thought that maybe he will lunge at him. But if you're not doing anything, Lambert, then of course they.
I mean, all I have to say is like, he can talk all he wants, man. Like, yeah, I'm pissed off. Yeah, I want to kill him, but I'm not as imaginative nor cool as the people he's going to. So I'd rather sit back, smoke a cigar, and watch him howl like a little fucking bitch that he is.
You say that, I presume?
I hope Sigmar holds no mercy for you.
Sigmar, one of the henchmen says, Sigmar doesn't hold any mercy for any sort of heretics, no matter how good their intentions are or how good they think they are. Our God is just, and he knows that justice itself must be hard and swift and uncompromising.
I just point at that henchman and was like, right there. I can't do that. They can.
And with that, when you say that, you can also see that Everard perhaps finally realizes what will happen to him in probably less than half an hour. And even though he's still red from the whole choking thing by Big Daddy Gaston, he also starts to get slightly paler. So he looks strange, he looks half red, half pale,
I'm getting into this. I tell Margant, this is a one-time offer, but I'll keep him alive as long as you need me to.
She nods her head. Your skills will be much needed, Master Van Heck. She's sorry, actually, no, I don't think you introduced yourself to her like that, yes? If I recall correctly?
My real name has been floating around, so
okay.
If she's caught it...
So she says Master Gustav, essentially.
Yeah.
I think we came clean on our names with them.
Yeah. After a much shorter time than you thought would be possible, the coach stops. And by the way, the windows here, of course, there are windows in this coach, but they've been completely covered in dark cloth, like Margund, closed the drapes, so to speak. So when the door opened and two temple guards, stand in front of the coach, you can see that you've already been. The coach itself has already been parked within the premises of the Temple of Sigmar, far from the bustling Kaiserplatz or even the nearby streets. You are within the temple itself. That said, this complex is so huge, of course, that except for the dome that is visible from practically everywhere, you have no idea where you are. Margund shares a few words with the temple guards. They of course bow very low to her, and then they take you, Everard, the henchman, and Yosarlun deep within the complex itself. The coachman stayed with the coach, naturally, the horses as well. And you're not being, of course, disarmed or anything. Sure. But you're being led by this labyrinthine web of corridors. You are passing smaller side rooms, side chapels, like what was the word? Is there refractories, right? The places where you pray and and I think also write down books, holy books. I mean, even though you are in those, like, so to speak, side tunnels of the Grand Cathedral of Sigmar, they are still magnificent, very clean, very immaculate, with lots of holy iconography, of course, and statues. It is clear that no expense is spared when it comes to the maintenance of this place. And Gaston, even though you are, of course, ladies' man, and by that I mean you are a servant of the Lady of the Lake, you are probably you could probably appreciate the amount of detail and gold that is being put into this place of worship for those strange Imperials that you've been working with. Even your Saladin himself, who is normally acting rather nonchalant, overly violent way, moves through the corridors with surprising dignity and in a rather solemn way. You see, every time he passes, for example, a statue of the Man God or one of the saints, including Magnus the Pious himself, those of you who look at the dwarf, you can see that he nods his head slightly at them with respect in his eyes. That said, at some point, you descend downstairs to the torture rooms, to the interrogation rooms, and you know that you're going there because you start to hear screaming, wailing, sounds of torture, of people breaking, of you hear yells, confess your sins. When you pass a row of cells in this dank underground hell, because like the underground of the Temple of Sigmar is completely different than the upper levels. It's dark, gloomy, depressing, claustrophobic. It smells of blood and death, of shit and piss, of terror. What? Huh? Someone was saying something? Gustav?
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, X-Acto knife accident.
Jesus.
Oh.
Oh wow.
You alright?
Yeah.
You are.
How much damage?
It's not too bad. Just a little bit of blood.
Oh. Well, better have this cleaned up with, with some disinfectant.
It just startled me.
Yeah. Anyway, all of you see that most of all this has the effect on Everard.
Yeah.
When he before was perhaps resigned to his fate, but in this rather stoic kind of way, now he is honestly terrified. He shakes, he mumbles to himself. He looks like he's about to piss and shit himself at the same time. Eventually you reach one of the cells, which the doors leading to it look like all the dozen ones that you've passed so far. There's a guard standing outside, a brutal looking man in a dark hood. He smells horrible. He has this huge gut emerging from under his leather tunic. He also has lots of torture implements at his belt. Without even a single word, he opens the door when he sees Margunt and the others, and you as well. And in a rather comical and very theatrical gesture, he invites you inside with this, please allow me. The cell within is actually rather large. You perhaps expected something smaller, but this is big, and it's relatively well lit with a few torches, smokeless torches, hanging on the walls. On the left side there are two tables, two sturdy looking wooden tables, filled with torture implements, torture tools, all sorts, drills, pliers, nails, stuff like that, few kinds of saws, of course scalpels and knives of all sorts, hammers. It's just, and they've been used. You can see that, Gustav, especially you, given your background, you can see that those tools, they are of excellent quality, but they've been also extensively used for probably a long period of time. There is a single chair, metal chair, drilled to the ground, and behind it on the wall there are couple of manacles built into the wall itself. There are three large wooden buckets of water. Yeah. Everard is been placed on the chair. The chair has, also has manacles built into the handrests. So, of course, the henchman place those on his wrists. They do the same thing with his ankles. There's even like a collar that can be fastened around the neck, but for now they're not closing it. They're not using it. The two henchmen then move under the wall and start preparing instruments. Margund stands next to the door and she casually leans against the wall. Yosarlun looks with interest all around the room, especially taking very close look at the stone itself, at the stone of the room itself, because the room is carved from stone. What are you guys doing? Gustav, Johannes, Lambert, Gaston.
I want to pull up a chair closest to where the torture is going to happen.
You want to stand closest? Yes.
Yeah, I was like, this is gonna be good. I want to watch this.
Nice. All right, Gustav. What about you?
I'm gonna step outside the room and say, if you need me, I'll be out here.
Margun's like, when you try to step outside, she says, no, you stay inside.
I look at her and I try not to. I try to have my poker face on.
Mm-hmm. She says, Templar's orders, Gustav. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen to you, she says as she looks at Everard.
I stare back at her coldly.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Lambert, what about you?
Can I get some food while I'm here?
After we finish the interrogation, if there will be time, I'm sure that we'll be able to give you something from the temple's pantry. But when she says that, you see that one of the henchmen, the one that did the whole Sigmar speech, he approached you, Lambert, and he pulled a few pieces of very dry jerky from his side pouch and handed it to you. Here, nothing special, but it should keep you on your feet for at least some time, he says.
Man, I like this guy a lot.
He smiled in this rather crooked way, but without malice, and he returned to the table to prepare the instruments. You try jerky, of course. It's very tough, very hard, very leathery, but it is food.
It is food.
Yeah. Gaston, what about you?
I'm just gonna stand against the wall in the back.
Okay. You are waiting, probably for a good 15 to 20 minutes, during which nothing happens. Everard is like a statue sitting in his chair, not saying anything. It's rather hard to tell how much time has passed when you are in a cell underground, living in a world where you don't really have watches freely available. Of course, there are clocks, but only they're only really available to the rich and influential people who can afford them. At some point, the door opens and Günther Klinger walks inside, without preamble, without any sort of quote-unquote honor guard, nothing like that. He walks inside. He's holding half a dozen books, bind together with a few pieces of sturdy leather. He's not even acknowledging any of you, nor his men and Margund. He approaches Everard, places the books to the left of the chair, and positions himself in a way that you all can see what is happening. You will tell me everything, he says, or I will give you pain that you cannot imagine. I know, says Harstein, and I will tell you everything because I won't be able to stand the pain. When he says that, you can see actually that the two henchmen near the table, who actually already have some torture instruments in their hands, they look rather surprised when he said that, and they look, at each other in this with those looks of, well, this doesn't happen often.
You look disappointed.
Yeah. Klinger gestures at the four of you to move slightly closer, if you want, especially at you, Lambert. You have a feeling that he knows that this is probably important for you.
I mean, yeah, I'll move closer. I'm not gonna put out my cigar yet.
No, sure. The Slayer is the only one who's staying slightly back. He's not doing much. He still seems to be much more interested in the stonework than the actual interrogation. Klinger looks at Harstein. Why did you do it? What made you choose the ruin? Why you decided to worship the ruinous powers? Harstein looks at him, he blinks a couple of times, and then he laughs. And this is the strangest sound that you've heard all day. Given the circumstances, the place where you are, this is a very hearty, very honest, and not at all, actually, mocking laughter. Ruin? Master Templar, you think that I worship chaos? No! Actually, when he said chaos, you saw that the two henchmen did the sign of the comet, and Yosarun spat on the ground. This huge, gob of phlegm. No, why? No, I'm not. No, neither I or my. They're not my followers, they are my equals, my colleagues. We do not worship ruin. We worship those who are better than us. The Drukai, the servants of the great Witch King of Nagaroth. Why? Asks Klinger.
What?
Well, it's obvious they are superior to us in any way, and also because that we have to, or else they would kill us all. I presume that you tried to find anything about the Golden Triangle during the last couple of days in the archives, right? Perhaps asking about in the city, trying to discern the past. You won't find anything. The creator of the club, we don't even know his name. We forgot what he was called. It was so long ago. He made sure that no one will ever find the true reason why Golden Triangle was created all those years ago. Enlighten us, says Klinger. And you can hear the cold in his voice. It's like Northern Blizzard. Well, not that it will change anything, mind you, given that probably in a couple of hours we all will be dead, myself included, I'm sure. I failed them after all, says Everard. The creator, the founder of the Golden Triangle, he was an explorer, a great one, in fact. He traveled far and wide throughout the entire world. He visited kingdoms as far away as Cathay and even the fabled Nippon Island. He went to Lastria. And according to some texts, he even interacted with the cold-blooded gods who dwell in that accursed Lash place. He, of course, interacted with the Asur, the weak cousins of our true masters, those who helped found the colleges of magic and who are our so-called allies, even though they don't care about us and they think that we are as useful as a semi-retarded ape. Until one day, his ship, it got caught in a freak storm somewhere far to the west from here. When the weather cleared, the founder, this is the only title that we are using for him, by the way, he discovered that first of all, half the crew was dead and the ship was practically destroyed, both masts broken. It was taking on water, and it would be in a few hours, it would be laying on the bottom of the ocean. But then they came in their floating fortresses, because they have them, and I know that you know that they have them, Master Inquisitor. Some of the people who encountered them know them as black arcs, castles floating on water using by the power of dark magic and the greatness of their masters, he says. And you can see that when he actually speaks about those dark elves, those Drugai, you can see that his eyes they become almost shining with loyalty that can be forced. Really, it can only be earned. Like, this man is a fanatic, but he's a completely different fanatic than those that most of the people in the Empire are used to. Naturally, they didn't offer any resistance, he says. The Dark Elves, they took the entire crew as slaves, because that's what they do. They are slavers. They've been like that for thousands of years, as far as I know. Over the next couple of weeks, maybe months, the entire crew was dead, sacrificed to the great god Cain. he says. Again, when he said that, you saw that, the henchman did the sign, as well as Margund, and Yosalun actually growled slightly when he heard that.
I'm gonna cross my fingers over my chest when I say that.
But the real great god Cain, not the one that is worshipped by us weak humans in the guise of the scorpion. No, I'm talking about the god of murder, the god of war, that the elves, all elves actually, funnily enough, even the Asur, worship. So anyway, all of them were dead, except for the founder. Something stayed the hand of the captain of the Black Ark. We don't know his name. We maybe once knew, but not anymore. He could have killed this man, skin him alive, boil him in his own blood, but he didn't. You see, he wanted to use him. We only know Parshu's story, but from what we understand, the captain lost someone very dear to him during one of the many coastal raids against Nordland, or perhaps Ostland, in years prior. The elves are practically immortal. They can live for hundreds, if not thousands of years, so who knows where this happened. But he did lose someone important to him. That's funny, right? Even those beings suffused with malice and sadism, they also can love. They can also care, in their own way, at least. And the only thing he wanted to was to inflict pain and suffering on the empire of man. He wanted revenge, and he told the founder that he would be the one to help him accomplish this, or else he would subject him to a torture that would last for decades. The founder would be an inch from dying, feeling every single part of his body being drowned in exquisite agony, but he would not actually die. It would take decades, maybe even longer. So of course the founder, being a reasonable man, agreed. I mean, we all would agree, even you would agree, Master Templar. We are humans after all, and we can pretend to be brave like great Sigmar himself was in the day. He looks at you, Johannes. But most of us really is not. Really are not, sorry. The plan was relatively simple. Tore the heart out of our glorious empire. Not conquer it, because the captain didn't want that. He wanted us to suffer. He wanted us to get hurt. To feel every single iota of his righteous vengeance. So he aimed for Altdorf. He had a fleet, Black Ark, a flotilla of support ships, thousands of deadly warriors supported by magic compared to in which our own compared is nothing. But he would still have to sail here, right? He would still have to go through Marienburg, then down the Reich. And I mean, he sighs, Black Ark is like a mountain. It's literally castle floating on water, pulled by great sea beasts from the deepest depths of world's oceans. It wouldn't be able to enter the city. Smaller ships would be, though, he says, and there were dozens of those. Sleek killers, filled with Drukai warriors and worse things. But of course, normal methods of sailing would not be enough. The flotilla wouldn't even probably be able to pass through not only Marienburg but also High of patrols sailing from Ulfuan to the Old World, Norscans and their wolf ships, hell, even our fleets, pathetic that they are. But what if there was a shortcut, right? What if there was a way to bring the ships and all of their crew into the middle of Altdorf? The elves are masters of magic, especially the Drukai, who know that the power of magic is greater if you reach for the dark arts, something that the High Elves will never do, and certainly will never allow us to realize that. Most of us, at least. So the founder was told of a ritual of pain and violence and agony, of causing so much strife, bloodshed, and brutal senseless violence that, combined with esoteric artifacts of dark elven construction, craftsmanship, it would allow, and I mean, I'm not a witch, I'm not a magic user, so excuse me if I'm telling this like, it would essentially allow the entire fleet to emerge within the boundaries of Altdorf, right at the shores. Dozens of ships, hundreds of warriors, all experienced, consummate killers who spend hundreds of years plying their bloody trades on myriad seas and oceans of the world, and they would be set loose in the middle of our great capital. The founder promised the captain that he would give him this prize, but still it was many hundreds of years ago, and the ritual had to be organized. We had to find a way to create discontent on massive scale, violence, senseless brutality. He looks at you, Lambert, when he says that. We also had to wait for opportune moment. Altdorf is very well defended during most times. I mean, Reichsguard knights like the ones that you took into my house today, colleges of magic, standing armies, many mercenaries who are visiting this city. But lately, we had this small event in the north that people call, even now, Storm of Chaos. And while it ended in our victory, most of the armies have not returned yet, including most of Altdorf's troops. So I, a descendant of the founder, not blood descendant, mind you, but I am called, I'm also called the founder, if you really must know, but doesn't matter. It's our honorary title. So I decided to enact this plan. We already had enough Crimson Shade from Estalia that we managed to purchase during the last 150 years. We had a way of communicating with our masters by using arcane methods. The only thing that we really needed was to distribute the product and, well, let it do its work. It's magic, one might say. So we started with the poor and the desperate. They are often the easiest targets for drug consumption. And he says that with a he says that with a real distaste, like he abhors drugs. Then we also send this to various fighting rings, martial arts schools, boxing schools, and boxing and wrestling schools, warriors fraternities, places like that. Even to those few town watch cells that we knew were willing to use this drug. And then we simply waited. We waited for the violence to accumulate, for the energies to grow. And when we heard from one of the sorcerers who was staying in the city, our overseer, she used the name Gorina Akner. She used her magic to disguise herself as a human noblewoman. When you heard from her that the time is right, that she only needs to use the artifacts, the two artifacts placed in two different locations, in order to create the gateway for the fleet. Well, that's what we did, he says. So you see, you barging in through my front door, killing my guards, and the true followers of Cain among my people, those in silver masks. Taking possession of the entire registry of our organization, and he nods at the books placed right next to his chair. And now interrogating me here. Well, actually, you're not really interrogating me. I'm telling you this all by myself, but doesn't matter. It doesn't change a thing. Altdorf won't survive this night. They are coming. The entire fleet is coming here. And they are very, very hungry for revenge. I wonder where they will strike first. My guess would be maybe this place or the Emperor's Palace. Who knows? Huh. Doesn't really matter, right? He says. There's this silence in the air. I presume that none of you ever even blinks as he's saying that. And you can see that this man is not bluffing or lying or anything. He's telling the entire truth. And he actually seems very relieved to be able to do so. Klinger asks, "That's why you removed the first fleet, yes?" "Oh, yes. I mean, some of my followers, some of my co-conspirators are fortunately hold a rather high places, high positions of power. Including in the admiralty of our glorious empire. So, they've managed to remove the entire first fleet from Altdorf and surroundings because of, I think they used the training exercise lie or something like that. The fleet when the fleet returns to what is left of Altdorf, they will only find a burned out abattoir. It will be far too late for them to do anything. The Jukai will return the same way that they came, with their ships loaded with slaves and sacrificial victims, like the ones that," and he looks at you, Lambert, "like the ones that we used here in order to further the ritual." That was nothing personal, Master Cherryheart. They were just...
It was personal to me.
Well, I don't care. And they were just meat. Screaming meat from what I heard. But if this is any consolation for you, I wasn't the one who killed them, nor any of my men. The Drukai already have their agents here. The sorceress, she has those black-clad killers with her, and they are very imaginative with their blades. Not to mention very quiet and capable. So, yeah, I guess this is it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but I don't know what else to tell you. We are all fucked. Some of us more than others. Silence.
I walk up from where I'm sitting.
I mean, you can't really sit anywhere here. There are no benches. You all must stand or sit on the ground, of course.
He's shackled into this thing, right?
Yeah.
And I just sort of look him over a little bit. Look him in the eyes.
He does this gesture that he knows that you're looking at him, but he's a coward. He can't even force himself to look you in the eye. Like, he's doing this side eye and then, not looking. You know probably what I mean.
Yeah. But look him in the face and just, you fucking coward. And slowly press the still burning cigar into his neck.
He of course starts to howl because it hurts like hell. No one is stopping you. No one makes even an inch of movement. The howls of Everard Harstein are loud and long, and they can be heard on this entire level of the torture chambers of in the Temple of Sigmar. Eventually, when you pull the cigar away, you can see that he has this huge burnt wound in the side of his neck. He gasps for air. Tears are running down his face. He pissed himself.
I turn around and I'm walking back, and I look over at Johannes and Gustav and Gaston and say, Randall, forgive me, but I really want to kill him. I'd rather leave that up to the Sigmarites.
Klinger, you can see already, he moved very quickly to Margund when you were actually burning him with the cigar, and he spoke few words into her ear. She left the room, passing you by, Gustav, Johannes, and Gaston. Actually, you also noted that when Everard was telling you this whole thing, even Yosarun stopped pretending or actually being bored, and now he's just he's looking at Harstein in these wide eyes, and he just shakes his head. Of the history between our species, your God King saving the great King Kurgan, and you betraying your own kind, not just to Elgi, but to the worst type, the child stealers, the slavers. Grimnir knows you can't trust any elf, but the Dark Kin. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of pages in the Great Book of Grudges dedicated to those monsters. You are a human. You sell your own kind to them.
Put my small hand on the dwarf and just say, "Let's go get a beer. There's a lot of elves that are gonna need killing later."
Wait, says Klinger. Halstein, where's the witch? Where are the artifacts? What are the artifacts? Have you seen them? And Halstein's like, he wails mainly from pain. She owns a house near the Palace of Retribution. He laughs. She said that she finds it ironic. But I guess that she won't be there anymore, not after you've barged in through the main door, especially not after Bretonnian and Halfling here doing what after they did this little stunt last night. I don't know where she can be right now, but the artifacts, they are spheres, black spheres, like made from obsidian, but they are strange. I saw them only once, and I was sorry that I did. I had nightmares for days to come after that. They seem to devour light itself. The woman, they are, you must understand, they don't treat us as equals. We are just bones to them. We are slightly more privileged slaves. She didn't explain to me what they are, but she said that they are necessary for the translocation ritual to work, for the fleet to arrive. They are located somewhere in the northern part of the city, in some old dilapidated buildings, but I don't recall the exact place, he says.
I think we've been there. I think that when we were investigating, that Gustav and I found the place.
Actually, you I think you've heard about it from the kids, but you didn't went there. That's the thing. I was actually hoping that you will.
I thought that was the one we did go to. 'Cause remember, didn't we go somewhere where
you
we felt like people were watching us and we were going to get killed?
Oh yeah. No. That was the one. That was her house.
Oh, that was her house.
Yeah, that was her house. You felt it there. I was actually hoping that you would find at least one of those places, but you didn't went there. Well, I mean, it's always like that in those games. Anyway.
Well, the kids told us where it is.
Yeah. You remember now that the kids. Yeah, that the kids led by the clever Tigman Neuer, you think that they found the place. Are you telling this to the Inquisitor?
Yes.
Klinger looks at all of you, Gaston, Lambert, Johannes, Gustav, and at Yosalun as well. He nods his head, and he says, "Right. This is it. We have a few hours, hopefully, to save Altdorf and its citizens. Trust me when I say this. If the Drukai will arrive here in force and do what this man says they will, this will be a blow from which the Empire might not recover. The war has just ended. If our capital will be destroyed, its people killed or enslaved or worse, we won't recover from this. I need your help. The Empire needs your help. Will you aid me? Because even if it is too late, we will not go gentle into this night. We will show."
You stole that from Churchill.
Of course. "We will show this bastard and others like him," and he points at Everard, "as well as those inhuman monsters." And when he says that, you can see that Yosalun nods his head appreciatively. "That no matter what they think about us, true spirit of humanity cannot and will not be broken, and that we can unite when the situation requires us to do." And when he says that, he looks at you, Gaston. "Now, let's go kill some witches."
I declare this our Independence Day.
Yeah, that's this pump up speech from every single Hollywood movie.
Start the slow clap.
Yeah.
Maybe we can't save this city, but we damn sure we can
avenge it. And with that,
Yeah,
we
we're running
end.
pretty late.
Yeah, we end for today. Next time will probably be the final part of this, well, scenario. Funnily enough.
Sure, we can make it take longer if we try.
Yeah, probably. So, given that it's pretty late, and given that it was very long game, and it's finale time, everyone gets 200 points total. So, remember, 2 full advances, and yeah, trust me when I say this, the ending will be lit, as they say. And by that I mean, of course, it will be probably pretty hard. But for now we end. 200 points for everyone, as I said before. That's pretty nice. Yeah, and so for the final part of Crimson Shades of Altdorf, we already agreed that 1st of September is a no-go because of yeah. So, but what about the 8th?
No, I have something on the 8th, unfortunately.
Okay. What
I
about?
just updated the notes.
Sure. What about the 15th then?
I believe so.
I think that might be. I think there might be a baby shower on that day.
Okay. Remember
So,
that.
my baby shower. So I know that's unfortunate that we're all.
Sure.
I could do Saturdays too. as well.
Yeah,
A Saturday could be doable.
I can also do Saturdays. Remember, so maybe.
Yeah, I can just have it.
So maybe 7th
21st.
or 21st.
You know what? I think it's on the 14th. Just give me 2 seconds.
Sure. No worries.
We
You could,
Do it on
'cause
the
if it's on, it would make sense for it to be on Saturday, not a Sunday. So I don't know what I'm thinking.
we could do it on the 7th, but that is my birthday.
No, the 7th won't work for me either because I'll be probably out of town.
Okay.
For my birthday?
Yeah, for your birthday.
God damn it.
So maybe 14th.
I was gonna
Yeah, I
invite
think-
you
I think
down,
that-
man. We were gonna go have beers in Akahama.
Yeah, the 15th's fine.
15th.
Okay, yeah, I
fine.
can do
I
that.
had it. Yeah, 15th's fine.
Okay. So, Brian, 15th.
Yeah, that's fine for me.
Okay.
The 15th.
Okay. So hopefully the finale for this scenario will be on the 15th of September. 200 points for the third time. I know. And yeah, I'll hear from you guys there. And man, I really need to stop monologuing. Like Jesus, Everard is like every single super villain. Yeah, I mean, I really wanted to explain this whole thing because I know that it didn't really make sense before. I mean, it still doesn't make sense, but doesn't make sense. But
It makes sense. Magic.
yeah, magic. I don't have to explain shit. I know. So thank you, guys. Take care. Hear from you later. Bye.
All right, thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye.